Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Eswatini.
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Eswatini.
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue, and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Oh, Eswatini!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue, and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Oh, Eswatini!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue, and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Oh, Eswatini! Eswatini! Siahlangana!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and flame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the Oh, Eswatini! Eswatini! Siahlangana!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States
Oh, Eswatini!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and fame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the. Oh, Eswatini!
In the heart of Southern Africa, a kingdom prepares to welcome the world. From the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, the Kingdom of Eswatini will host the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States African Group Parliamentary Meeting, alongside the first African-European Union Parliamentary Assembly, bringing together legislators from OACPS member states and 27 European Union nations. This historic gathering unites 106 countries on single inter-regional platform.
This meeting will launch a new institutional and regional setting that will shape a new phase of political cooperation. Hosted at the International Convention Center, the Assembly will advance our shared priorities and contribute to the commitments under the Africa-EU collaboration. I look forward to welcoming you to the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Set against the backdrop of the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, this landmark event reinforces Eswatini's growing role as a center for diplomacy, dialogue and development. With His Majesty King Mswati III serving as champion for resource mobilization within the OACPS, Eswatini continues to lead efforts towards sustainable growth and strengthen global partnerships, a leadership that has already secured the kingdom the honor of hosting the OACPS Summit in 2029. Eswatini, connecting continents, shaping conversations, and building a shared future. The world meets here.
Dignity, pride, and fame. From your hills to the valleys, your spirit so strong. You welcome the. Oh, Eswatini! From Africa to the Caribbean to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis
Par l'histoire,
par la solidarité, par la paix. Oh, unity,
solidarity, hey!
liberté.
when the world embraces liberty, yeah. And hearts awaken peacefully when we cultivate the seed of solidarity.
Dawn approaches at the sound of unity, building our common path as humanity. Fellowship of Nations is the flag of ACP. ACP.
Oh, express
Together forever.
we are the voice
Of one truth. A history born from the same song.
Together we rise,
Together we stand.
marching forward.
Hand in hand. We are the voice.
We sing our purpose and our dream to advance and live in peace supreme.
One love, one heart, one destiny. OX in harmony.
Oh,
A word of love and peace.
un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever.
Solidarity
Solidarity.
forever.
Unity forever.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Ah, Hey, 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 hey. Raise the banner high tonight. From the islands to the motherland. We stand together side by side. Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Islands. One people moving as one. Under the OX sun.
Unity.
Solidarity.
Freedom.
Fraternity.
Move together.
Rise together.
One destiny forever.
One destiny forever. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. L'espoir est renouvelé. Les chemins sont plus ouverts. Quand le monde tombe amoureux de la liberté sincère. Lorsqu'on cultive la rainure de la solidarité, l'aube se rapproche au rythme de l'unité. Construisant ensemble notre humanité, le drapeau des nations ACP nous guidera. We are the voice
Of one truth. Nous sommes la voix de la raison. A history born from one song. Une histoire qui jaillit dans une même chanson. We sing our purpose and our dream.
Nous chantons notre rêve et notre désir
To advance and live
d'avancer, de vivre
in a world of love and peace.
dans un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever. Unity forever. Umoja, Ubuntu. Unity forever. Solidarité.
Liberté,
Tunaimba kwa amani, tunaimba kwa umoja. Siyahambanda onyengo kutula na ngotando. Tunaimba kwa umoja, siyahambanda onyengo kutula na ngotando. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis.
Wa, 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 wa. OACPS, OACPS. One people,
One family,
one future,
one family,
one future,
one family,
one future.
one family,
Pray.
one family, one family, one family, one family, one family, one family, one family. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed.
L'espoir est renouvelé.
The road ahead shines bright.
Ouais.
Les chemins sont plus ouverts.
We sing together.
As one family.
Nous chantons comme une seule famille.
OX,
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 love and peace.
forever.
Amour et paix pour toujours. Amour et paix pour toujours. the Caribbean, to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis.
From Africa to the Caribbean, to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis.
Par l'histoire,
Par la solidarité, par la paix. Unity.
solidarity, hey!
Liberté.
Hope is renewed, the road ahead more promising. When the world embraces liberty, yeah.
We're about to start. I'm requesting protocols to make sure everyone is seated now. Let us be seated. Head of delegations, they must sit in front of their name tag of their country. We are requesting students, they can be in the gallery. Where it is labeled, only heads of delegations are allowed. If you are not the head of your country, you can sit at the back. Then we have got ample space up there for the young people, for our youth in the country, our media people, but they are free to be here. Thereafter, the media can also be up. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we all be seated? Can we all be seated and be quiet now? We are starting the program. Thank you very much. So, when the guests they're arriving with the honored speaker and His Majesty's guest, we all arise. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates. Good morning and welcome to the formal opening sitting of the first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, convened here at the Ezulwini Palazzo in the Kingdom of Eswatini. It is with utmost respect that I humbly request the Chamber to rise and receive the official party as and when they enter the Chamber. I now request you to rise as the official party enters the Chamber. Please rise. Thank you very much. You may be seated. We will now request the three anthems to be played consecutively. So may we please rise for the anthems. I request the chamber to rise as we play the three anthems. Thank you very much. You may be seated. His Majesty the King's representative to this official ceremony, His Royal Highness Prince Lindani Ngosi, Your Royal Highnesses, Honorable Co-Presidents and Speaker and Senate President of the EU, Africa and Eswatini Houses of Parliament, Cabinet Ministers present, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the OACPS, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates. Once again, allow me to greet you all this morning and to introduce myself to this august gathering. My name is Busisiwe Mngomezulu, and I will be your Director of Ceremonies this morning. As is customary in the Kingdom, I will now invite Commissioner Pastor Rejoice Nzinisa to lead us in our daily devotion. Commissioner, please come to, please approach the podium. Thank you.
Program Director, please allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been established. My name is Rejoice Nzinisa, and I'm one of the commissioners in the country's election management body, which is the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Before we pray this morning, I request that we make reference to the Book of Judges, chapter 15. If you look at the entire chapter, it is giving us, it is talking about a man. It's talking about a man called Samson who used different strategies in the face of adversity that was before him. I am not going to read the scriptures, I'm just going to cite his strategies and then we pray. The first strategy that Samson used was understanding that if he attacks the Philistines through their economy, he was going to win better than when he attacked them personally. So the Bible says that he captured foxes, tied them, and torched the fields of the Philistines. And we learn from that we have people or we have situations in our different organizations and entities that we need to deal with and deal with them in understanding that there is a clear and a straight target on economy. If our economy is attacked, we need to have strategies to counter that. With Samson, he was the one attacking the Philistines, but I think we are learning a lesson from that to say, in case there is any economic attack, we must be wise enough to know how to deal with it. The second one is he adopted a one-on-one strategy where he engaged with the enemies in a fight on a one-on-one basis. Samson demonstrated a high personal accountability and direct engagement. He was not afraid to be cited as one who did this or said that. And that is sometimes the key to ultimate development of an organization or of a country. He reflected agility, decisiveness, speed, and confidence under pressure. So we are pressured in our different organizations and different countries, but we need to know that certain things need us to arise, not just as an organization, but at individual level. The other thing that we see that he did, which is in verse which is in verse 15, the Bible says when he was attacked by the Philistines, he used a jawbone of a donkey. It was what was near to him. It was the closest thing for him to use. He confronted a large multitude, bringing down 1,000 men, just using what his eyes could see and what his hands could reach. So sometimes we have situations or we have things that are in our vicinity, but our eyes are not open to see that that can be used to our benefit. So how I pray that we realize what is in our surrounding without necessarily anything that could be structured maybe, but something that is readily available, and we use that. The wisdom that God has given us, the talent that God has given us, it could be used as a donkey's jawbone to be able to deal with certain situations that other people may not have. The final one, the Bible says after he had done everything, in verse 18 and in verse 19 of Judges chapter 15, the Bible says he was thirsty and there was no water anywhere near. And then he cried to God, and Jehovah God opened a well for him, so he was able to drink from that. I want to say as I conclude that our success is enshrined in accepting that we need both capability and dependence on God. And secondly, to understand that it is not the same weapon that you've used or same strategy that you've used to deal with a certain thing that will keep being the most effective one. Our strategies must be from Jehovah God, because as the creator of the universe, he knows what is good for us. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you this morning in the name of Jesus. Thank you for this great meeting. Thank you, you are God in our midst. Father, we thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for bringing us together, different nations coming to the kingdom of Eswatini. What an honor, my God, in Jesus' mighty name. As a Maswati, we come before you, Lord, to say thank you in Jesus' name. We pray, King of Glory, let all the proceedings of the day be handled by you as Jehovah God. Stand with the program director today and stand with everyone who will have any presentation to make in this place, because you alone are well able to make it happen for us in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Pastor, for the morning devotion. Distinguished Chamber, as we were yesterday informed during the dinner graciously hosted by His Majesty King Mswati III, King and Ingwenyama of the Kingdom of Eswatini, that today marks a historic milestone in the partnership between Africa and the European Union, as parliamentarians from both regions gather for the inaugural session underwritten by the institutional framework established under the successor agreement to Cotonou, namely the EU and its member states on the one hand, and the OACPS member states on the other hand, coming together to form a partnership agreement that is now referred to as the Samoa Agreement, which was signed in Apia, Samoa, on the 15th of December, 2021. As we as a Maswati are honored to host this important assembly here at the newly commissioned and this exquisite Ezulwini Palazzo, nestled in this very scenic Ezulwini Valley in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Distinguished Chamber, humbly permit me, without further ado, and in the interest of time, to invite our first speaker for the day, Your Royal Highness, His Majesty's representative, Your Royal Highnesses, Honorable Co-Presidents, Councillors, Honorable Speaker and Senate President, Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Ms. Hilda Woutmans is a seasoned politician of international repute with a distinguished career in politics that spans over 30 years. Amongst her many attributes and accolades, she is a dedicated and passionate advocate for women's rights. Honorable Co-President, I now have the honor and the privilege to invite you, as Co-President representing the European Union side of the Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, to deliver your remarks to this august gathering. Madam Co-President, you have the floor.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guest speakers, parliamentarians from Europe and Africa, people of Eswatini, good morning, Sanibunani Maswati. It's both a privilege and a profound honor to address this assembly at a moment that calls not only for cooperation, but for vision, courage, and renewed solidarity between Europe and Africa. Like I said to you yesterday, we really need a lion and an elephant. We gather here under the spirit of the Samoa Agreement, but also under something greater, the belief that nations, peoples, and continents are stronger when they walk forward together. This assembly remains one of the most powerful expressions of the voice of the parliamentarians connecting our two continents. It's not only a forum for dialogue, it is a real bridge between people, generations, and shared destinies. And while many international partnerships have weakened or disappeared in recent decades, the Africa-EU partnership has endured, evolved, and continued to stand firm. From Cotonou to Samoa, ours has remained a partnership capable of adaptation, resilience, and hope. And at a time when international uncertainty is growing and the foundations of multilateral cooperation are increasingly tested, our responsibility of all of you becomes even greater. This is not a moment for hesitation. This is a clear moment for leadership. A leadership with the courage to act together when the vision appears easier. A leadership with the ambition to shape the future rather than simply react to events. A leadership capable of defending cooperation, dignity, stability, and opportunity in an increasingly fragmented world. Because our futures are inseparable. We are neighbors across a shared sea and a shared history. And my father taught me many important things. But he taught me one thing that counts here. Never argue with your neighbors unless you want to change your address. It's the truth. A good neighbor does not wait for the storm to arrive before reinforcing the foundations of the house. A good neighbor builds together, protects together, and grows together. And that's the true value of the Africa-EU alliance. And while His Majesty the King yesterday had a great speech at a dinner, I asked him later on if I could borrow one quote of him, and he said, yes, you can. And it was the quote where he said, if you want to play the piano, you have black and white. You have history and culture, and you have innovation. Well, I borrowed the quote, but I use it from Africa and Europe, black and white together. And when we play the piano, when you play black and white, then you play the most beautiful song. And that's what Europe and Africa need to do. We have to play together the most beautiful songs to touch the hearts of our citizens. And that's our duty together. And we need one and another. Not because we are weak, not because of weakness, but because our people aspire the same fundamental hopes. They want security, they want opportunity, they want dignity. And we all went into politics to shape a better future for our children. Together, we must manage migration with humanity and responsibility. Together, we must confront inequality and poverty. Together, we must ensure that global justice is not reserved only for the powerful. Our citizens expect more from us than declarations. They expect leadership that delivers. And we must have the courage and the ambition to invest in our future. I must say, for me, the drive is always in my life hope and optimism. Hope and optimism will lead us the next days towards the next future. Because the next generation, they will not inherit the world we grew up in. They will build new economies, new technology, artificial intelligence. I mean, it's taking over the world, it's taking over our lives. And the young generation, they will shape their own future. And it is our responsibility as parliamentarians to ensure they inherit not division, not wars, but that they have peace, that they have hope, that they have optimism. And that is why the discussions of this assembly matter. The crisis affecting the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Sudan, and the Sahel remind us that instability in one region ultimately touches all of us. And fragmented responses are no longer enough. The moment calls for coordination, unity of purpose, and multilateral action. Because we cannot choose where we were born. That choice our parents made for us. And I was lucky. I was born in a continent and a country in peace. My husband was born in a continent in war. And while I was pregnant for my first daughter, a beautiful daughter with a nice color, the beautiful color, I said, I was stressed like most women are when they're pregnant. They're not the easiest one then. And my husband said, but why are you so stressful? Why? We will give our daughter the most beautiful present we can. She is born in a family that loves her and in a country in peace. And so I said to him, tell me what is peace in Swahili? And he says, louder, Amani. And that's the name of my daughter. Because that is what we need to give to our children, a continent in peace. A future where cooperation between Africa and Europe becomes a model of the partnerships in the world. A future where development is measured not only in growth, but in human dignity. And a future where no young person feels forced to abandon hope. And in the coming days, I will chair together with my African counterpart this Parliamentarian Assembly. And I promise you, you will have to work. Because only work will shape the better world. And so that's what we will be doing here the next coming days. Excellencies, the choices before us are too important to postpone and too consequential to make alone. If Africa and Europe do not shape the decisions together, others will shape them for us. And in doing so, limit the extraordinary potential that our proximity, our partnership, our marriage, and our shared interest can unlock. We all know we will not be remembered for the number of meetings we held, but for the courage of the decisions we took when leadership was most needed. History will remember whether in a moment of uncertainty, neighbors choose to retreat behind their borders or choose instead to build a stronger future together. Nelson Mandela reminded us that. He said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others. And Robert Schuman, one of the founding fathers of Europe, warned us that Peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. Today, those creative efforts must be ours. Let this Assembly send a clear message to our citizens that Africa and Europe still believe in partnership, still believe in love, still believe in marriage, still believe in dialogue, and still believe that cooperation between neighbors can shape a more peaceful, just, and prosperous world. The future of our continent depends on the courage of the decisions we will take together the next coming days. And I will just end by wishing Eswatini a quick entrance into the World Soccer Competition. I promise you, when you will play the soccer competition, I will be sitting in the stadium to encourage the Eswatini soccer game, like I did on Sunday. I will be the first fan to applaud, to have the sports in the minds of the people. Neabonga.
Could we get another round of applause for the co-president? Thank you very much. Distinguished chamber. Honorable Mr. David Hoinsa is a seasoned politician who hails from the Republic of Benin, a sociologist and an educator with a distinguished career in politics with a transformative passion. Co-president of the OACPS Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, I once again invoke my privilege and honor to now invite the co-president to deliver his address to this august gathering. Honorable co-president, you have the floor.
Excellence, Monsieur le Prince Lindani, représentant de Sa Majesté le roi Swati III, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique, chers invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pour moi un honneur et un privilège de prendre la parole lors de cette session d'ouverture historique de la première Assemblée parlementaire Afrique-Union européenne, conformément à l'accord de Samoa. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer notre sincère gratitude à Sa Majesté le roi Swati III, au gouvernement ainsi qu'au peuple du royaume d'Eswatini pour leur chaleureuse hospitalité et l'excellente organisation dont ont bénéficié toutes les délégations réunies ici dans la magnifique vallée d'Ezulwini. Je souhaite également adresser à Sa Majesté, au nom de l'Assemblée parlementaire du groupe Afrique de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique, nos sincères félicitations à l'occasion du 40e anniversaire du règne du roi. Au cours des 40 dernières années, votre leadership a assuré la stabilité, la continuité et le développement du royaume d'Eswatini et de son peuple. Nous tenons en outre à saluer et à exprimer notre profonde gratitude à Sa Majesté pour le succès des efforts de mobilisation des ressources entrepris en faveur de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique lors du 11e sommet de l'organisation qui s'est tenu à Malabo, en Guinée équatoriale, du 27 au 29 mars 2026. Le leadership visionnaire de Sa Majesté, son engagement indéfectible en faveur du renforcement de l'organisation et son dévouement constant à la promotion de la solidarité et de la coopération entre les États membres sont non seulement profondément appréciés, mais constituent également une source d'inspiration importante pour l'orientation future et le renouvellement de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique. Cette journée marque une étape importante dans l'évolution des relations entre l'Afrique et l'Union européenne. Et pour la première fois, des parlementaires de nos deux régions se réunissent dans ce nouveau cadre institutionnel établi en vertu de l'accord de Samoa, avec la responsabilité commune de façonner un partenariat stratégique plus équilibré, tourné vers l'avenir. Cette assemblée est plus qu'un simple rassemblement, rassemblement parlementaire. Elle est l'une des premières institutions conjointes clés établies en vertu de l'accord de Samoa et assume donc une responsabilité politique et institutionnelle considérable. À cet égard, il est important de reconnaître qu'un partenariat Afrique-Union européenne, dans le cadre de l'accord de Samoa, solide et efficace, ne peut être maintenu que grâce à une organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique plus forte, plus dynamique et plus proactive. L'organisation est donc un cadre politique et institutionnel le plus large qui rassemble nos régions, promeut la solidarité entre les États membres et constitue le fondement sur lequel ce partenariat est bâti. Il est donc essentiel que nous continuions à renforcer notre organisation en tant qu'institution moderne, pertinente et orientée vers l'action, capable de répondre aux défis mondiaux contemporains et de faire progresser les intérêts collectifs de ses membres. Les discussions que nous menons ici à Eswatini contribueront à définir le ton, l'orientation et l'ambition du futur engagement entre l'Afrique et l'Union européenne, fondé sur le respect mutuel, la responsabilité partagée, la solidarité et les intérêts communs. Honorables députés, Mesdames et Messieurs, le monde qui nous entoure connaît une profonde transformation. Les tensions géopolitiques, les conflits armés, l'incertitude économique, le changement climatique, l'insécurité alimentaire, les bouleversements technologiques et les inégalités croissantes continuent d'exercer une pression sur nos sociétés et nos institutions. Dans le même temps, le multilatéralisme lui-même est soumis à des tensions croissantes. Dans ce contexte, La coopération entre l'Afrique et l'Union européenne n'est pas une question de choix, mais une nécessité stratégique, mais désormais orientée et mieux gérée. L'Afrique se trouve aujourd'hui à un moment crucial du parcours de son développement. Le continent possède un immense potentiel humain et naturel, une population jeune en pleine croissance, une innovation numérique en expansion et d'importantes opportunités de transformation industrielle. Et pourtant, nos citoyens attendent également des progrès concrets en matière de paix et de sécurité, d'emploi, de gouvernance, d'infrastructures, d'éducation, de mobilité et de développement durable. Il est donc important que l'engagement entre l'Afrique et l'Union européenne évolue au-delà des approches traditionnelles et s'adapte davantage aux réalités contemporaines et aux aspirations de nos peuples. Et nous avons un rôle particulièrement important à jouer dans ce processus. Et ma collègue et moi, nous en avons pleinement conscience. En tant que représentants de nos citoyens, nous sommes particulièrement bien placés pour concilier les perspectives régionales et politiques, renforcer la responsabilité démocratique et veiller à ce que notre partenariat reste centré sur les personnes. Grâce à la diplomatie parlementaire, à la coopération législative et au dialogue politique, nous pouvons contribuer à instaurer la confiance, à promouvoir des priorités communes et à soutenir la mise en œuvre de nos engagements. Cette Assemblée nous offre également l'occasion de renforcer la coopération dans les domaines d'importance stratégique sur lesquels nous allons délibérer bientôt. En matière de paix et de sécurité, nos régions continuent de faire face à des menaces transnationales, notamment le terrorisme, l'extrémisme violent, les changements anticonstitutionnels de gouvernement, la criminalité organisée, les cybermenaces et l'insécurité maritime. Une coopération renforcée entre les organisations régionales, les parlements et les parlementaires internationaux reste capitale. En matière de migration et de mobilité, nous devons adopter des approches équilibrées qui s'attaquent aux causes profondes tout en développant des voies sûres, ordonnées et régulières pour la mobilité, l'éducation, les compétences et les opportunités. La diaspora africaine estimée à près de 160 millions de personnes dans le monde a contribué à hauteur de plus de 95 milliards de dollars américains en transfert de fonds en 2024 contre environ 90 milliards en 2023. Ce qui reflète la contribution croissante de la migration au développement, à la résilience et aux revenus des ménages à travers le continent. Dans la seule Afrique subsaharienne, les flux de transfert de fonds sont passés d'environ 55 milliards de dollars en 2023 à 56 en 2024. Dans le même temps, les conflits, les chocs climatiques et les pressions économiques continuent d'entraîner des déplacements de population et des migrations irrégulières, soulignant la nécessité d'une gouvernance des migrations globales, équilibrée et centré sur les personnes qui élargissent les opportunités tout en s'attaquant aux causes profondes des migrations forcées. En matière de transformation économique, nous devons veiller à ce que les partenariats sur les matières premières essentielles, la transition énergétique et le développement numérique favorisent la création de valeur ajoutée, l'industrialisation, le transfert de technologies et la création d'emplois en Afrique. En matière de jeunesse et de développement humain, nous devons placer les jeunes au centre de notre coopération en investissant dans l'éducation, les compétences, l'entrepreneuriat et l'innovation. En matière de multilatéralisme et de réforme des Nations Unies, la voix et la représentation de l'Afrique dans la gouvernance mondiale doivent être renforcées afin de refléter les réalités actuelles et de consolider la légitimité du système international. Les enjeux qui se présentent à nous sont interdépendants et exigent un leadership collectif, une compréhension mutuelle et un engagement politique soutenu. Et nos collègues européens et nous en sommes bien conscients et déterminés. Le succès de notre partenariat dépendra en fin de compte non seulement de la force de nos institutions, mais aussi de notre capacité à traduire le dialogue en coopération concrète et en résultats tangibles pour nos peuples. Honorables députés, mesdames et messieurs, l'accord de Samoa nous offre un cadre solide pour notre engagement, mais les accords seuls ne suffisent pas. Leur succès dépendra de leur mise en œuvre, de la volonté politique et d'un engagement soutenu. À cet égard, nous devons veiller à ce que cette Assemblée parlementaire devienne une institution dynamique, efficace et adaptée à sa mission, capable de maintenir un dialogue continu, de renforcer la coordination entre nos institutions et de produire des résultats concrets qui répondent aux attentes de nos peuples. La responsabilité qui nous incombe est donc considérable. Nous devons travailler ensemble, non seulement en tant qu'institution, mais aussi en tant que partenaires engagés en faveur d'un avenir commun fondé sur la paix, la dignité, la prospérité et le développement durable. Dans quelques instants, nous allons entamer nos délibérations. Faisons-le dans un esprit d'ouverture, de coopération et de respect mutuel. Tirons parti de cette Assemblée pour renforcer la compréhension, forger un consensus au sein de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique et proposer des solutions concrètes aux défis communs auxquels nos régions sont confrontées. Je reste donc convaincu que les bases que nous posons ici à Eswatini, dans le cadre de cet accord, contribueront de manière significative à un partenariat Afrique-Union européenne plus solide, plus stratégique et plus tourné vers l'avenir dans les années à venir. C'est sur ces mots que je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur le Président. Puissons-nous lui offrir une ovation, s'il vous plaît. Indeed, our corporation has long tenure, as evidenced from Yaoundé Conventions in 1963 to Lomé Convention 1975 to the year 2000 to Cotonou, the Cotonou Partnership Agreement from the year 2000 to the year 2023, and now onwards to the Samoa Agreement for another 20 to 27 years. The concepts of unity, peace, and an enhanced implementation of these partnerships becomes critical. We must find implementation modalities and mechanisms that are impactful, effective, and swift to impact the lives of those who we represent. Distinguished Chamber, Honorable Jabulani Clement Mabuza is a seasoned politician and an astute business personality, affectionately referred to by many as Buy Cash. Speaker Mabuza has established a remarkable footprint of accomplishments at home, across the African continent, and further afield. The Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I now have the singular honor to invite the Honorable Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Honorable Jabulani Clement Mabuza, to deliver his remarks. Following his remarks, he will invite the representative of His Majesty the King, who is also an honorable member of the Eswatini Parliament and is assigned to the OACPS Africa Parliamentary Assembly, to deliver his statement. Honorable Mr. Speaker, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Program Director of this very important event, Your Royal Highness Prince Lindani, representative of His Majesty King Mswati III, and who is also a member of the OACPS representing Eswatini Parliament. Bantu Bengosi, my colleague, Senate President, distinguished co-president of this assembly, honorable ministers, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, secretary generals of this assembly, honorable members of parliament from the OACPS Africa region member states, and from the European Union, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions and representatives of international organizations, Parliamentary Service Board, the Clerk to Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, captains of industry, distinguished invited guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all this morning. It is my singular honor as Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Kingdom of Eswatini and that of my colleague, Senate President, to welcome you to the Kingdom, to this soil, and to this moment. We do not use the word historic lightly in parliamentary life, we have learned as legislators that the word is often borrowed before it is earned. But I say to you today, without hesitation, that what we inaugurate here is historic, not because we have gathered in great numbers, not because the flags of many nations are displayed in this building, but because of what this assembly represents in the evolving relationship between Africa and Europe within the framework of the OACPS partnership. For decades, the framework governing relations between African states and Europe was largely defined through agreements negotiated at executive level. From Lom to Cotonou, those agreements did important work, but they were often negotiated far from the everyday realities of the citizens, whose lives they would ultimately affect. Under the Samoa Agreement, a more modern and balanced partnership continues to emerge. And today, through this Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, parliamentarians themselves assume a more central role in shaping that relationship. This assembly is therefore not merely procedural, it is symbolic of a broader evolution in the partnership between Africa and Europe, one grounded increasingly in dialogue between peoples, institutions, and elected representatives. And I'm proud that this inauguration gathering is taking place here in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, allow me to speak briefly, not merely about this building, but about the place in which we gather today. Because in Eswatini, places carry meaning. We are gathered in Ezulwini, a name which in English means heaven. It is a valley of extraordinary beauty and tranquility, embraced by mountains, softened by flowing rivers, and defined by a calmness that has for generations made it a place of reflection, gathering, and national significance. Those who visit Ezulwini quickly understand why Emaswati speak of it with such affection and pride. It is not simply a geographic location, it is a spiritual and symbolic space within the life of our nation. And perhaps it is fitting that this assembly convenes here. For Ezulwini is already etched into the political and diplomatic history of our continent. It was here that Africa formulated and adopted what became known as the Ezulwini Consensus, a defining common African position on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, anchored on the principle that Africa must speak for herself in matters concerning her future and her place in the international system. That historic consensus was born from dialogue, mutual respect, patient listening, and a shared belief that even diverse nations can find common purpose when guided by principle and sincerity. It is our hope that the same spirit shall guide the deliberations of this assembly. The calmness of Ezulwini reflects something about the character of Emaswati themselves. We are a peaceful people who value dialogue over discord, understanding over confrontation, and partnership over division. Our culture teaches us that important matters are best resolved not through shouting across divides, but through sitting together, listening to one another, and searching honestly for common ground. That is the atmosphere we hope you will experience during your stay in the Kingdom of Eswatini. That is the spirit in which this assembly has been convened. And it is within this valley, this place of heaven, that we welcome parliamentarians from Africa and Europe to engage in conversations that we hope will strengthen trust, deepen partnership, and shape a more balanced and human international order. Distinguished guests, you are seated in the Ezulwini Palazzo International Convention Center, itself a reflection of Eswatini's determination to position itself as a convener of meaningful dialogue and international engagement. This is not merely a conference facility, it is a statement of confidence in our future and in our ability as a small but principled nation to contribute meaningfully to continental and global conversations. His Majesty King Mswati III, who this year marks 40 years on the throne of the Kingdom of Eswatini, understood that nations which wish to participate meaningfully in shaping the future must invest not only in roads and buildings, but also in spaces where ideas meet, partnerships are forged, and understanding is cultivated. This ICC is therefore part of that vision. It is Eswatini saying to Africa and to the world, we are open, we are ready, let us engage, let us build together. And there is something profoundly symbolic about the fact that the inaugural Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly is taking place here in Ezulwini, a place associated both with peace and with one of Africa's most important diplomatic consensus position. May that symbolism not be lost on us. On behalf of the people and Parliament of Eswatini, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Majesty for his vision, for the ICC, for this kingdom's place in the continental conversation, and for 40 years of dedication to Eswatini's dignity and progress. Now to the business of why parliamentarians matter in this conversation, I think we owe ourselves that argument. Heads of state sign agreements, ministers negotiate frameworks, technical experts draft the clauses, and then those agreements come to us, to Parliament, often late, sometimes faint assembly, and we are asked to give them democratic clothing. That is not partnership. That is ratification theater. What this assembly offers is something different, something more honest and more durable. Parliaments are the institutions closest to the citizens. We do not govern from summits. We govern from constituencies, from the rural communities of Eswatini's foraging, from the townships, from the villages, from the cities and farming towns of Europe. We hear directly what trade policy feels like when it reaches a small business owner. We understand from our own people what climate agreements mean when the rains fall or the floods come. We know the human texture of the policies that executives negotiate in the abstract. This Parliamentary Assembly must therefore be more than a forum for endorsement. It must be a forum for initiation where parliamentarians from African member states and from the European Union bring the lived experience of their constituents into the shaping of our shared agenda before decisions are made, not after. We must have meaningful input into the evolving Africa-EU partnership architecture under the Samoa Agreement. We must be genuine partners in shaping trade, investment, development, governance, and people-centered cooperation between our regions. We must hold our respective executives accountable, not adversarially, but the democratic counterweight that keeps agreements honest and implementation real. That is the connective tissue parliaments provide between citizens and the big agreements, between aspiration and accountability, between a signed document and a changed life. Eswatini is a small kingdom. We know this. We are landlocked, we are not populous, and we do not come to this assembly with the weight of a continental giant. But we come with something that has always served small nations well in multilateral spaces: clarity of principle and consistency of voice. We believe in the sovereign equality of all member states. We believe that the strength of this partnership lies not in the dominance of any one party, but in the genuine respect each brings to the table. We believe, and I believe personally, that the quality of what we build here over the coming days will be measured not by the eloquence of our speeches, but by the seriousness of our intent. Eswatini is committed to that seriousness. This assembly has our full support as host, as participant, and as a parliament that understands from its own experience the value of institutions that work. To the honorable members from across the African region of the OACPS, welcome. You carry with you the mandates of millions of citizens across our continent, whose futures will be shaped by the quality of the partnerships we build and the decisions we take. Honor that responsibility. To our colleagues from the European Parliament, welcome to Eswatini. We are glad you are here, not as visitors to a distant partner, but as fellow legislators grappling with the same fundamental challenge. How do we build together a world that is more just, more prosperous, and more stable than the one we inherited? To all invited guests, representatives of civil society, international organizations, and the diplomatic community, your presence enriches this gathering, and we welcome you warmly. Ladies and gentlemen, 40 years ago, a young king assumed the throne of this kingdom and began the long work of building a nation, preserving its identity, safeguarding its sovereignty, and positioning it confidently within the community of nations. Today, in a convention center that stands as part of that legacy, parliamentarians from across Africa and the European Union gather for the first time in this format to begin a different but equally important long walk. The work of building trust between regions, the work of strengthening understanding between peoples, the work of ensuring that Africa-Europe cooperation is rooted not in dependency, but in dignity, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. And perhaps it is fitting that this work begins here in Ezulwini, a place whose very name speaks of peace, reflection, and higher purpose. May future generations look back on what was begun here in Ezulwini and say that once again, this valley became the birthplace, not merely of consensus, but of genuine partnership between peoples and nations. Let us therefore be worthy of this moment. Let us be worthy of the people who sent us here, and let us leave the kingdom of Eswatini with more than memories of a fine gathering, and let us leave with the foundations of something enduring, something meaningful, something that advances the lives of the citizens that we represent. Siyabonga kakhulu.
May we please give a round of applause to the speaker. As Africans and Europeans, music flows through our veins. Distinguished Chamber, I would now request, with your permission, that we allow for a musical item to be rendered by one of our local artists. round of applause for the talented Zwile. Thank you very much. And thank you for your indulgence, distinguished delegates. We seized the opportunity to benefit from technology. There was a drone that took the imagery as we were indulging in a musical item. Distinguished delegates, we will now continue with our program. I will request the Honorable Speaker of the House of Assembly to do the needful. Honorable Mr. Speaker, you have the floor once again.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorables. The Bible says there is time for everything. And it is now that time for something very important for this gathering. Distinguished guests, at this juncture, allow me to humbly invite His Royal Highness Prince Lindani, the representative of His Majesty King Mswati III, who is also a member of the OACPS representing Eswatini Kingdom or Eswatini Parliament in this very important organization. I shall request all of us to rise and then allow His Royal Highness to take the podium and deliver his remarks. Your Royal Highness, please.
We may take our seats. Program Director, the ambassador, Eswatini's ambassador in Brussels, and also my uncle. He worked very well with the Secretary General to revive this organization. So, well done. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, co-presidents of the Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, honorable ministers, Secretary General of the OACPS, His Excellency Musa Saleh Batraki, and also my brother. Honorable members of Parliament of the European Union, honorable members of Parliament of the OACPS Africa region, the President of the Senate of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and your colleague and my boss, the House Speaker of the House of Assembly of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable members of both Houses of Parliament, diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, siyanivuselani nonke bekunene lapha Ezulwini Palazzo. I have been commanded by His Majesty the King, Ingwenyama of the Kingdom of Eswatini, to represent him on the official opening of the first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly here at Ezulwini, a place full of history and heritage. It is my honor and privilege to read his speech accordingly. From the onset, let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the Kingdom of Eswatini for this official opening of the first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly. I am sure you have already experienced the warmth and the love of our people. The Kingdom of Eswatini is a country that has set itself goals and aspirations that seek to propel to be at par with developed nations of this world. The Kingdom of Eswatini is privileged to host such a gathering, which brings together parliamentarians, policymakers, and strategic partners from Africa and Europe in the spirit of cooperation, dialogue, and shared development. Allow me to express sincere appreciation to the OACPS Secretariat, the European Union, and all participating delegates for the confidence which they have placed in the Kingdom of Eswatini in hosting this very important assembly. Your presence here reflects the enduring strength of the partnership between Africa and Europe and our collective commitment to multilateral engagement. This occasion is particularly significant for our country because it marks the first international parliamentary gathering to be hosted at the Ezulwini Palazzo. This milestone reflects Eswatini's continuing commitment to international engagement, modern infrastructure development, and constructive diplomacy. We are very proud that this facility begins its journey by hosting a forum that is dedicated to partnership, to peace, democratic dialogue, and to Europe. It is our hope that this impressive facility will continue to serve as a platform for regional cooperation, investment promotion, cultural exchange, and international understanding. The convening of the inaugural Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly represents an important chapter in parliamentary diplomacy between our two regions. Parliamentarians play a very vital role in promoting democratic governance, accountability, peace, and development. It further ensures that international partnerships respond meaningfully to the aspirations of our people. We are encouraged that the program of this assembly addresses issues of strategic importance to both Africa and to Europe, which include peace and security, youth mobility and education, women's economic empowerment, critical mineral partnerships, and the future of multilateralism. The inclusion of the youth, women, and business forums alongside the parliamentary proceedings demonstrate a commendable, people-centered, and inclusive approach to cooperation. The Assembly program further reflects the growing importance of parliamentary cooperation in addressing contemporary global challenges. Discussions scheduled during this session include regional peace and security cooperation, youth education and mobility, women's empowerment in agriculture, critical minerals partnerships, and reforms of multilateral institutions. As we meet here today, the international community continues to confront significant and interconnected challenges, including climate change, food insecurity, geopolitical tensions, debt pressures, and rapid technological transformation. These realities require strengthened international solidarity, practical cooperation, and renewed commitment to effective multilateralism. Eswatini remains very supportive of the Samoa Agreement as the new framework governing relations between the OACPS and the European Union. We believe this agreement provides an important platform for advancing cooperation in trade and investment in governance, climate resilience, education, digital transformation, and sustainable economic growth. Africa's development priorities remain very clear. Our partnerships must support industrialization, infrastructure development, value addition, food security, youth employment, and technological innovation. We also believe that Africa's natural resources, including critical minerals, must contribute meaningfully to inclusive growth and sustainable prosperity for the African people. Equally important is investment in our youth through education, entrepreneurship, skills development, and innovation. Young people and women remain central to Africa's economic transformation and long-term prosperity. The Kingdom of Eswatini remains committed to peace, dialogue, and international cooperation. We therefore welcome the Assembly's focus on strengthening multilateralism and ensuring that Africa's voice continues to be amplified within global governance institutions and international decision-making processes. It is our sincere hope that the deliberations of this Assembly will deepen cooperation between Africa and Europe and contribute meaningfully, practically, and lasting solutions to our shared global challenges. Our people from different regions are following this Assembly with keen interest because they are confident it will come out with a clear direction for the future of our populace, of inclusive development, leaving no one behind. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honorable members, I wish you all productive deliberations and a successful parliamentary assembly. I thank you, and may the Almighty God bless us all. And by the power vested in me, commanded by His Majesty, I now truly open this conference. Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you very much. distinguished gallery. Indeed, he hails from a class of distinguished alumni, the likes of Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Prince William and Harry Windsor, the Princes of Wales and the Duke of Sussex, the likes of Seseretse, Khama Ian, Khama of Botswana, Sir Edmund Mutesa of Uganda, and indeed, to whom much is given, much is expected. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, do permit me to seize this opportunity to commend all dignitaries and delegates, individually and collectively, for your active participation in this historic occasion. To the team that worked tirelessly to ensure that this moment is realized, thank you for making this Parliamentary Assembly a success. I believe we all deserve a round of applause. Allow me to further express my personal gratitude by way of a special commendation to the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Senator the Honorable Polile Shakantu. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your wise and sturdy leadership as you led and guided what will always be remembered as an effective reform agenda of the OACPS. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would like to acknowledge previous members of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini who served on the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly. His Royal Highness Prince Kuduza, Prince Mfano Makosi, among others. I would want to appreciate our EU colleagues who made this all possible. Mr. Domenico Rosa and the team of negotiators who are the founding fathers of this successor agreement to the Cotonou Partnership Agreement. Thank you immensely. Finally, to my predecessors, you laid the foundation, you built the robust relations through astute diplomacy, whilst deepening, broadening, and strengthening Eswatini bilateral cooperation with the EU over the years. Ambassador Solomon Dlamini, Ambassador Dr. Tembayena Dlamini, Ambassador Clifford Mamba, I hope you're in the gallery, and Ambassador Joel Nhlego. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for your hard work. And dedication to your country. Not to forget His Excellency Ambassador Nicola Bellomo and all successive EU ambassadors who have occupied the high office at the EU delegation, for your cooperation, for your patience, and your collaboration. To you we say, Siyabonga kakhulu. Distinguished delegates, I have just two announcements to make. Members of the official party and heads of delegation are kindly requested to proceed to the official family photo just outside the gallery, close to the flags. This is to be performed, as I've mentioned, near the flags in the exhibition hall, whilst we allow the official procession to leave and their Royal Highnesses and honorable ministers. The rest of us may proceed to the multi-purpose hall where we will be served with a luncheon. Your Royal Highness, His Majesty King Mswati III's representative, Your Royal Highnesses, honorable ministers, co-presidents, presiding officers, honorable and distinguished delegates, excellencies, this concludes the formal sitting of the First Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly. And I would like to thank you all for your esteemed cooperation and for indulging me and us, and may the Almighty bless us all. We adjourn. Could we please allow the drone to take a picture before we leave?
From Africa to the Caribbean to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis
Par l'histoire,
par la solidarité, par la paix. Unity.
solidarity, hey!
Liberté.
Hope is renewed, the road ahead more promising. When the world embraces liberty, yeah, and hearts awaken peacefully, when we cultivate the seed of solidarity.
Dawn approaches at the sound of unity, building our common path as humanity. Fellowship of Nations is the flag of ACP. ACP.
Oh, best,
Together forever.
we are the voice.
Of one truth. A history born from the same song.
Together we rise,
Together we stand.
marching forward.
Hand in hand.
Hey!
We are the
We sing our purpose and our dream to advance and live in peace supreme.
one love, one heart, one destiny. OX in harmony.
Oh,
A world of love and peace.
un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever.
Solidarity
Solidarity.
forever.
Unity forever.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Hey, 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 hey. Raise the banner high tonight. From the islands to the motherland. We stand together side by side. Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Islands. One people moving as one. Under the OX sun.
Unity.
Solidarity.
Freedom.
Fraternity.
Move together.
Rise together.
One destiny forever.
One destiny forever. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. L'espoir est renouvelé. Les chemins sont plus ouverts. Quand le monde tombe amoureux de la liberté sincère. Lorsqu'on cultive l'avenir de la solidarité, L'aube se rapproche au rythme de l'unité, construisant ensemble notre humanité. Le drapeau des nations acipé nous guidera. We are the voice
Of one truth, nous sommes la voix de la raison. A history born from one song. Une histoire qui jaillit dans une même chanson. We sing our purpose and our dreams.
Nous chantons notre rêve et notre désir
To advance a little
d'avancer, de vivre
in a world of love and peace.
dans un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever. Unity forever. Umoja, Ubuntu. Unity forever. Solidarité.
Liberté,
Tunaimba kwa amani, tunaimba kwa umoja. Siyahambanda one, ngokutula na ngotando. Tunaimba kwa umoja, siyahambanda one, ngokutula na ngotando. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis. Ensemble nous avançons, toujours unis.
one people,
One family,
one future,
one family,
one future,
one family,
one future.
one family,
Hey!
one family, one family, one family, one family, one family, one family, one family. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed. Hope is renewed.
L'espoir est renouvelé.
The road ahead shines bright.
Hey!
Les chemins sont plus ouverts.
We sing together.
As one family.
Nous chantons comme une seule famille.
Oh, hearts,
Fox,
oh, hearts,
love and peace.
forever.
Amour et paix pour toujours. Amour et paix pour toujours. Caribbean to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis
Par l'histoire,
par la solidarité, par la paix. Unity.
solidarity, hey!
Liberté.
Hope is renewed, the road ahead more promising. When the world embraces liberty, yeah. And hearts awaken peacefully. When we cultivate the seed of solidarity.
Dawn approaches at the sound of unity, building our common path as humanity. Fellowship of Nations is the flag of ACP. ACP.
Oh, best,
Together forever.
we are the voice.
Of one truth. A history born from the same song.
Together we rise,
Together we stand.
marching forward.
Hand in hand.
Hey!
We are the voice.
We sing our purpose and our dream to advance and live in peace supreme.
One love, one heart, one destiny. OS in harmony.
Oh,
A word of love and peace.
un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever.
Solidarity,
Solidarity.
forever.
Unity forever.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Ah, yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Raise the banner high tonight. From the islands to the motherland. We stand together side by side. Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Islands. One people moving as one. Under the OAX sun.
Unity.
Solidarity.
Freedom.
Fraternity.
Move together.
Rise together.
One destiny forever.
One destiny forever. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. L'espoir est renouvelé. Les chemins sont plus ouverts. Quand le monde tombe amoureux de la liberté sincère. Lorsqu'on cultive la rainure de la solidarité, l'aube se rapproche au rythme de l'unité. Construisant ensemble notre humanité, le drapeau des nations ACP nous guidera. We are the voice.
Of one truth. Nous sommes la voix de la raison. A history born from one song. Une histoire qui jaillit dans une même chanson. We sing our purpose and our dreams.
Nous chantons notre rêve et notre désir
To advance a little.
d'avancer et de vivre
In a world of love and peace.
dans un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever. Unity forever.
We sing together.
As one family.
Nous chantons comme une seule famille. Ox, love and peace,
Forever.
amour et paix pour toujours. Amour et paix pour toujours. From Africa to the Caribbean to the Pacific, a new dawn rises.
Des peuples unis
Par l'histoire,
par la solidarité, par la paix. Unity.
solidarity, hey!
Liberté.
Hope is renewed, the road ahead more promising. When the world embraces liberty, yeah. And hearts awaken peacefully. When we cultivate the seed of solidarity.
Dawn approaches at the sound of unity, building our common path as humanity. Fellowship of Nations is the flag of ACP. ACP.
Oh, acts best.
Together forever.
We are the voice.
Of one truth. A history born from the same song.
Together we rise.
Together we stand.
Marching forward.
Hand in hand.
Hey.
We are the voice.
We sing our purpose and our dream to advance and live in peace supreme.
One love, one heart, one destiny. Oh, acts in harmony.
Oh,
A word of love and peace.
un monde d'amour et de paix.
Unity forever.
Solidarity
Solidarity.
forever.
Unity forever.
Solidarity.
Solidarity.
Oh, yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Raise the banner high tonight. From the islands to the motherland. We stand together side by side. Africa, Caribbean, Pacific Islands. One people moving as one. Under the OAX sun.
Unity.
Solidarité. Freedom. Fraternité.
L'Assemblée évolue pour devenir une véritable plateforme de diplomatie parlementaire, de contrôle, de dialogue et de coopération capable de contribuer efficacement à la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Samoa ainsi qu'aux objectifs plus larges du partenariat de l'Organisation des États d'Afrique des Caraïbes et de l'Union européenne. Je reste convaincu que nos délibérations contribueront à bâtir une assemblée plus forte et plus efficace au service des objectifs de l'accord de Samoa. Je me réjouis de nos réunions conjointes et des échanges constructifs et tournés vers l'avenir que nous aurons au cours des prochains jours. Je suis convaincu que nos travaux ici à Ezulwini contribueront de manière significative à poser les bases d'une assemblée parlementaire plus forte et plus efficace. Je nous souhaite à toutes et à tous des délibérations fructueuses. Je vous remercie. J'invite ma collègue, l'honorable Votman, à dire quelques mots.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Co-président et chers collègues. I think I spoke already a lot and we are running behind. the time. So I think I'm very glad that the session is opened. I think we have important debates. I think we have important colleagues from the European side and from the African side to join the debate. So for me, co-president, tu as dit tout. I can only say that we are really eager to start working on the important topics. Thank you very much.
Je continue. Bien, et nous passons au point 2, l'approbation du procès verbal de la réunion constituante du 19 février 2024. Chers collègues, le procès verbal de la réunion constitutive de notre Assemblée, tenue en Angola le 19 février 2024, vous a été transmis. Nous n'avons reçu aucun commentaire. Le procès verbal est donc considéré comme adopté. Nous passons au point 3. Annonce des coprésidents, y compris les décisions prises lors de la réunion du bureau. Chers collègues, nous allons maintenant procéder à l'adoption du projet d'ordre du jour de la séance plénière. S'il n'y a pas d'objection, le projet d'ordre du jour est considéré comme adopté. Nous n'avons reçu aucun commentaire.
C'est adopté.
C'est adopté. Chers collègues, avant de poursuivre nos travaux, permettez-moi de rappeler la règle 14 du règlement de procédure relative aux amendements. Un député africain, un groupe politique du Parlement européen ou tout autre membre peut déposer des amendements au texte débattu durant la session. Les amendements doivent porter sur le texte qu'ils visent à modifier et doivent être soumis par écrit. Lorsque nécessaire, le président décide de l'admissibilité des amendements sur la base des dispositions du règlement de procédure. Les amendements visant uniquement à assurer la correction linguistique ou terminologique ou la correction du texte ne sont pas soumis au vote. Les coprésidents recherchent avec les parties concernées une solution linguistique appropriée. Conformément à cette règle, je souhaite vous informer que la date limite pour le dépôt des amendements au projet de proposition des recommandations est fixée au mercredi 13 mai à 12 h. Mercredi 13 mai à 12 h. Demain, les amendements, le cas échéant, devront être soumis par écrit et transmis à votre secrétariat respectif. Je vous remercie. Nous passons au point 4, adresse spéciale. J'invite donc ma collègue.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor for me to present to you the High Representative, Madam Kaja Kallas, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission. She was a member, together with me, in my first mandate in the European Parliament, and she couldn't be here. She sends her regards, but she taped a very good video with a video message. So please, I can invite the technical services to show us the video message of the High Representative Kaja Kallas.
Estonians Riigikogu in the European Parliament, so I have a special bond with the parliamentarians. Speaking from my current post, I'm glad to see that parliamentary diplomacy is growing stronger. In the current geopolitical context, whether government to government, parliament to parliament, or people to people, we need more diplomacy, not less. The European Union is already the main partner for African countries in many areas. We are the top trading partner and investor, and as the leading partner on peace and security, our work supports African-led missions, helps tackle the root causes of instability, including terrorism and climate change, and strengthens maritime security. But our shared ambition goes way beyond this. That was the big takeaway from last year's summit between the European Union and the African Union. More EU investment via Global Gateway to create jobs and local value, more trade within African countries and between our continents, and scaled up work on clean energy and technology, to name just a few areas. Closer cooperation will help us build a safer and more prosperous future for our people. This in turn requires an understanding of what citizens on both sides need. For example, although it is the cradle of civilization, the African continent is far more youthful than Europe is today. That is why we invest heavily in young African talent and youth exchanges through Erasmus Plus and the Youth Mobility for Africa initiative. And I welcome the initiative to hold a dedicated youth forum alongside your meeting in Mbabane. Talking about young people, we know that young Africans are being recruited by Russia with the offer of a well-paid job or a place at the university. These are false promises. They are actually luring your people into fighting a war that isn't yours, and your young people will be killed. Russia sees partnerships as means to take your resources, not to strengthen your security. That is not Europe's idea of cooperation. We are a partner that any country and region can rely on. And that is also why we can be Africa's partner of choice at the multilateral level, not least to strengthen the rules-based order. This is by far the best chance we have for a long-term peace and stability in the world. Indeed, Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, along with the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and Gulf, which has heavy impacts on many African countries, is the clearest indicator of what happens when the system breaks down. But we share your view that the system can only work if it is fair and delivers for every country. That is why Europe is a major supporter of a stronger African voice in global governance. Let us lead this work together. Prime Minister Dlamini, Excellencies, I look forward to hearing your ideas on how to strengthen our partnership further, and I wish you a productive session. Thank you.
Bien, chers collègues, nous passons maintenant au point 5, échange de points de vue.
Monsieur le... Oui, mais c'est bon. On va passer au point 5 de notre agenda, Exchange of Views with Regional Parliamentarian Organizations, the role of regional organizations and their parliaments in peace and security in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, esteemed guests, it is a pleasure to open this important chapter on our assembly. I think peace and security is the first condition. If you don't have peace and security, you cannot work on other subjects. So that's why we really post this subject first on the agenda. Normally we had 1 hour and a half, but a lot of pause, so I say we have more or less 1 hour to debate on this important topic. We have a video message and we have one speaker followed by a round of questions, and you all ask for speaking times, and I have the order of you speaking time here in front of me. But I'm a parliamentarian, I like to have lively debates. So please, can I ask you, when I raise your name, when you can intervene, that you shortly present yourself, so I don't need the size of your shoes or the number of children, but shortly present yourselves, and then you pose and you say to who you ask your question. I think that's very clear. And I think the discussion comes at a very important time because we all know that peace and security, which is of the utmost importance, is under threat. I will be short because I think I want to gain time. So I now give the floor to my colleague to intervene in this, and then we have the video message and the intervention of, thank you for stepping in. You will give, now I have to look at your title. The one who will give a brilliant speech later on, it's Nicola Bellomo. Nicola is the head of the vision of the Africa EAS, and more importantly, he was the previous ambassador in Eswatini. So I think, Mr. Former Ambassador, you can speak Eswatini, or some words. But later on, we will give you the floor for your speech. Now I hand over to my colleague. I don't know if you want to say some introductory remark, or shall we show the video to gain some time? Yeah. Can I ask the technical services to show us the video of Mrs. Hadja Mamountou Ibrahima, President of the ECOWAS Parliament? Like this, we gain some time.
Distingués membres de l'Assemblée parlementaire paritaire ACP-UE, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous adresser, Madame la coprésidente, mes remerciements les plus sincères pour l'invitation que vous avez voulu adresser au Parlement de la CEDEAO. Je voudrais vous assurer que le Parlement de la CEDEAO porte un grand intérêt pour ce dialogue institutionnel, la co-construction entre parlementaires africains et européens. L'Afrique de l'Ouest se trouve confrontée aux défis sécuritaires très complexes dans un environnement de plus en plus volatile. Ces défis exacerbent la vulnérabilité économique et sociale, précarisent les conditions de vie et menacent la paix et la sécurité internationale et régionale. Face à ces enjeux, la CEDEAO s'est dotée d'un cadre normatif et opérationnel s'appuyant sur des instruments fondamentaux qui encadrent les actions en matière de paix et de sécurité dans la région. Outre les différentes stratégies de lutte contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent, la CEDEAO a également renforcé ses mécanismes d'alerte précoce et procédé à la mise en place de sa force en attente, pierre angulaire de l'architecture sécuritaire régionale. Ces instruments ont sous-tendu les efforts menés dans la consolidation de la gouvernance politique. Ils ont permis d'assurer la convergence des normes constitutionnelles ainsi que le respect des droits humains et l'état de droit. Cependant, les défis sont tout aussi réels. C'est dans ce contexte exigeant que le Parlement de la CEDEAO se positionne comme un acteur essentiel et complémentaire pour la consolidation de la paix et de la sécurité régionale. En tant que voix des peuples, nos efforts visent à renforcer la légitimité démocratique et à ancrer l'action régionale dans les aspirations profondes des citoyens de la communauté. C'est à ce titre que nous avons développé un outil encore trop peu valorisé, la diplomatie parlementaire préventive. Nous sommes convaincus que la capacité à faire dialoguer les acteurs politiques là où les institutions sont bloquées contribue également à la sécurité collective. L'expérience nous enseigne que la paix durable ne saurait être l'apanage exclusif de l'exécutif. Elle requiert des processus politiques inclusifs, un contrôle démocratique effectif et la participation active des représentants élus. Chers collègues, je voudrais mettre en évidence l'importance stratégique de la diplomatie parlementaire en tant que passerelle entre l'élaboration des politiques et les réalités vécues par nos citoyens sur les deux continents. Il apparaît dès lors indispensable d'approfondir la coopération entre les parlements régionaux. Cela passe en premier lieu par l'institutionnalisation de cadres de dialogue réguliers propices à l'échange de bonnes pratiques, d'expériences législatives et d'information sur les menaces sécuritaires émergentes. Par ailleurs, l'harmonisation des cadres juridiques et réglementaires relatifs aux menaces transnationales constitue un impératif stratégique pour accroître l'efficacité de nos réponses communes. Enfin, aucune stratégie de consolidation de la paix ne saurait être pleinement efficace sans inclusion. La participation active des femmes et des jeunes au processus parlementaire constitue non seulement une exigence démocratique, mais également une condition essentielle à l'instauration d'une stabilité durable à long terme. Le Parlement de la CEDEAO réaffirme sa ferme volonté d'approfondir son engagement au sein du cadre parlementaire de l'OEACP-UE. L'accord samoa tire son fondement des principes de réciprocité, de co-responsabilité et de partenariat équilibré. Le Parlement de la CEDEAO est déterminé pour un dialogue politique horizontal renforcé. Je voudrais ainsi, pour finir, réitérer notre disponibilité à œuvrer avec cette Assemblée pour un espace de paix, de stabilité et de prospérité partagée. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Madam President of ECOWAS. And then I would like to give the floor to our distinguished guest. He will start in Eswatini, I hope. Maybe I'm triggering him now, but let's see how good he can speak Eswatini. You have the floor. Mr. Nicola Bellomi.
Thank you, Co-Chair, honourable members, and Sawubona. I'm extremely, allow me at the very outset to thank you for this opportunity. And it is really, indeed, extremely emotional for me to be back to the Kingdom of Eswatini, to meet a number of old friends, partners from the government, the royal family, and the youth, the civil society. So it's I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity. Allow me to frame this conversation within the broader context of the partnership between European Union and African Union, and the regional framework in the context of the ACP. Of course, as you all know, we had a successful EU-AU summit on 24th, 25th November last year in Luanda. And of course, the discussion on peace and security features very high on the agenda. As the co-chair has pointed, is evident the nexus between peace and security and prosperity, and the relevant and the preconditions for peace and security is very high on our agenda. So the theme of the summit was indeed promoting peace and prosperity through effective multilateralism. So this is another way to again reiterate this very important nexus between peace and prosperity, but also, and we will have the opportunity to discuss this in the next sessions in the coming days, the importance of effective multilateralism. So, as I mentioned, the discussion on peace and security is extremely timely. It was already mentioned, the geopolitical context and the, I'd say, how it is unfolding, to some extent unpredictable. So it's very important to forge a partnership to support, let's say, the partnership between Europe and Africa on this very important topic. And I can tell you that the EU is and will remain a predictable, reliable partner of Africa on peace and security. The EU long-standing engagement in Africa, with Africa and for Africa, is second to none. And this comes, we have, I would say, a long history of this partnership, but since 2021, since the establishment of the European Peace Facility, the European Union has been extremely active in this partnership. We have mobilized some 1.2 billion supporting the African military and defense capabilities, as well as African-led peace support operations. These efforts are combined with a very strong involvement in the civilian and military presence. Around 2,000 soldiers, police and civil servants train, advise and support African counterparts in key security areas such as the fight against terrorism, organized crimes, including trafficking or maritime security. The parliamentary dimension is indeed extremely relevant, and I appreciate the message just delivered, and we are ready to explore any possible way to strengthen this dialogue and permanent role for Parliament at national, regional level. European Parliament and national parliaments are indeed ready to engage on these very important issues. As you know, our engagement is based on the African solutions approach. So it's very important that we develop, I would say, a bottom-up dynamic that brings African solutions, and the European Union is always ready to explore ways and avenues to support this process. The EU, as I mentioned, is very much engaged in a number of theaters, from the Mediterranean to the Sahel, Gulf of Guinea, Horn of Africa, Great Lakes region, and Northwestern Indian Ocean, demonstrating commitment as a reliable partner, as I mentioned before. Our joint efforts on security builds on foundations for shared long-term prosperity for our continents. African security and European security are definitely interconnected more than ever. Today, both continents witness conflicts, leading to dramatic humanitarian crises and deplorable human and economic losses. Conventional and hybrid threats, including cyber attacks, foreign information manipulation and interference, are, let's say, adding to the increasingly very critical situation and contribute to destabilize our continents. Together, we must continue to address broader risks in a shared way, and again, where we think the dialogue and engagement, especially with involvement of Parliament, is more relevant than ever. We also welcome the increasing role of the African Union, the establishment of the African Union Peace Fund, and we're working with the African counterparts and we look forward to its operationalization. At the same time, we also welcome, and I would say we've been strongly supporting the adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2719, which constitutes another extremely important step forward that will allow the use of UN-assessed contribution to support AU-led peace operations. We look forward to working with you in mobilizing also all these different tools that we have at our disposal. And we look forward once again to discuss with Parliament all these dimensions. So I would stop there. Of course, we welcome the message from our HRVP, Kaya Kallas. She mentioned a very important and recent development. This is related to the recruitment of African citizens, and especially young Africans in the conflict in Ukraine. And we're working and we're ready to work with you to address this issue, to avoid that young Africans are lured into this conflict with false promises. And we remain engaged to work with you on this very important file. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Give him an applause. I realize that you're the only one here, so I think you have to answer a lot of questions, Mr. Ambassador. We will let you work this afternoon. Colleagues, before I pass the floor to the members of Parliament, mon co-président a un annoncement, une remarque à faire. Monsieur le co-président.
Merci, Madame la coprésidente. Avant que nous ne passions à la phase des interventions, je voudrais faire remarquer qu'il y a un petit dysfonctionnement dans la disposition des honorables députés dans la salle et nous allons porter les remarques faites au niveau de l'organisation pour que ce soit amélioré au cours des séances à venir. Parce que nous avons vu qu'il y a des députés qui sont à l'arrière-plan et qui peuvent intervenir tout à l'heure. Ils ne sont pas disposés dans des conditions qu'il faut. Je crois que nous devons essayer de rectifier, d'améliorer la disposition des députés pour qu'ils ne se sentent pas en arrière-plan. Merci.
Une remarque très bien, Monsieur le Co-président, et on va veiller dans le futur à ça. Colleagues, we will now start the debate. I will ask the parliamentarians to intervene. You can choose if you sit and if you stand up. The first one is a European parliamentarian. Please, you have the floor. Ingeborg ter Laak, EPP.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and also thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak out here. And the subject we're discussing right now is peace and stability. And normally, within the European Parliament, I talk about peace and stability on the African continent. That's logic because of my role in Parliament. But for today, I want to talk about peace and stability on the European continent. Because I grew up in Europe, and peace and stability was always there. I always felt safe. The first time I realized it's not so peaceful anymore in Europe was 12 years ago, when MH17, a scheduled flight from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, was shot down from the air by the Russians, and 298 people died. Also, a couple from my hometown died. This was the first time I realized there's war going on the continent. 4 years ago, Russia invaded with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But it hasn't stopped. And it's not just a war on Ukraine's soul, and that's what I want to explain here. It's a daily attack on European countries. We're being attacked, our hospitals are being attacked by cyber, so people cannot get their treatment, they cannot get their medicine. There are all sorts, misinformation, misleading in our media. So we are worried about what's going on in Europe. And Europe needs Africa. We need each other. We need each other to speak out, to talk about international law, international rights, human dignity, and also hold the line if it comes to sovereignty of states. Therefore, I will keep speaking out in the European Parliament about peace and stability on the African continent. And please, I would really emphasize on our African counterparts to do the same and speak about peace and stability in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingeborg. Maybe you present your African and I present the European ones. Non? OK. Alors, j'aimerais bien passer la parole à Honorable Frank Tumpale, and I'm very sorry for the pronunciation, Rene Fumbo from Malawi.
Thank you very much.
Where is he? Where are you?
I'm here.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah, thank you very much. Madam President, thank you for granting Malawi the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion. Madam President, the establishment of the regional parliamentary assemblies under the Samoa Agreement marks a significant evolution in the OACPS-EU partnership. The three newly created regional assemblies are not parallel entities, but important components of a unified parliamentary framework anchored in the Samoa Agreement. In this regard, Malawi supports efforts to strengthen Africa's regional parliamentary coordination.
You talk a little bit louder because it's very difficult to hear you.
Oh, am I too loud?
Very loud and clear.
I should be louder. Yeah.
Louder, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Should I start again, or I can continue from where I left? I can
continue because the clock is ticking there, and I cannot manage it.
Thank you very much. In this regard, Malawi supports the efforts to strengthen Africa's regional parliamentary coordination to ensure coherence, continuity, and effective participation in the broader OACPS-EU partnership. Madam President, we must enhance structured engagement through committees and working groups to deepen policy discussions, improve the impact of parliamentary contributions. Let us also examine the full provisions of the Samoa Agreement to ensure that these provisions are implemented in the manner that they benefit the people we represent from our respective countries. It is also high time that we tackle very seriously issues that affect regional growth and development, such as conflicts, poverty, disease, and climate change, among others. Let us work as a region towards ensuring that peace and stability prevails in the region for the promotion of socio-economic growth, promotion of trade and investment, which will facilitate the development of our nations. With these few remarks, Madam President, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very clear message. Now we're going to the European side. We will always change continents, and it's an honor to give the floor to Marit May from the Socialist Party in the European Parliament. Marit, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and and Mr. Co-Chair. It's an honor for me to be here and to be able to discuss with you and to get to know all of you better. Because as parliaments, we are the ones that collaborate. We are the ones that collaborate also with people that maybe not necessarily have the same opinion that we have. And maybe this is also the theme that we have today, the role of regional organizations and their parliaments in peace and security. And within our parliaments, we cross borders, we try to collaborate, we negotiate, we also try to represent democratically those that cannot be there. For example, young people, maybe civil society organizations, other organizations that are also important when we talk about peace and security. We also see, I think, on the European continent, but also in the African continent, that there's a backsliding in democratic representation, also in the democracy around the parliaments. And for us, it's important to talk to each other, to recognize it, and to help each other to see that we can push this back. Because peace building is something that we do together. We do together with youth organizations, with women's organizations. They should also be given a voice. We know that when women have a voice in peace building is often much more sustainable. But I also think here in this discussion, we must look at the role of the European side. We talk about peace and security on the African side, and of course we know that the way in which we have our relations, the way in which we have our economic relations and other relations between the two continents sometimes fuels insecurity, and it doesn't support peace on the African side. So I think we should also look at that role from our side. We have this collaboration in mutual respect. Let's maintain the collaboration in mutual respect, because our two continents, as you have mentioned, both co-chairs, are inseparable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a message of hope, but also a message with some work on. Then I go to the Seychelles, Honorable Churchill Jill.
Thank you, Madam President. Instability in one part of Africa has direct consequences well beyond the continent, just as threats in the global arena reverberate across African states. This interdependence underlines the importance of strong, credible regional organizations supported by engaged and effective parliamentary oversight. African region organizations working in coordination with the African EU and supported by partners such as the European Union are central to conflict prevention, crisis management, and post-conflict recovery. For Seychelles' perspective, the strength of regional organizations lies in their ability to deliver Africa-led solutions, root in regional legitimacy, act swiftly through early warning and preventive diplomacy, coordinate response to cross-border and transnational threats, uphold shared principle of constitutional order, democracy, and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were quite within your timing. Then I will go again to the European side for 1 minute 45 seconds. Niels Flemming Hansen from EPP. Mike.
Thank you, Chair, and dear honourable colleagues. Africa faces enormous opportunities, but they also face serious threats: terrorism, organised crime, coups, and growing instability. And one lesson is clear: large criminal networks cannot be defeated by state acting alone. It needs strong regional organisation to fight strong criminal organisations. That is why the African Union, ECOWAS, SADC, the East African Community, and IGAD are so important. They create cooperation across borders, strengthening security and help preventing conflicts before they escalate. But security is not only about military strength, strong parliaments and democratic institutions, it's also about peace building. Where institutions are weak, instability grows. Where institution flourishes, instability deepens. Europe and Africa, as my colleague earlier said, share these challenges, and we need partnership based on mutual respect, stronger institutions, and democratic legitimacy. Because peace is not built by force alone. Peace is built through cooperation, accountability, and strong institutions. And where regional cooperation succeeds, both Africa and Europe becomes stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. And then I go to the heart of Africa, Burundi, with Honorable Ngengania Generoso. I don't know where Burundi is. There you are, ma'am. You have the floor.
Merci. Pardon. Okay. C'est un honneur pour nous de contribuer dans ces échanges sur le rôle des organisations régionales et de leur parlement dans la paix et la sécurité en Afrique. La paix et la sécurité constituent des préalables indispensables dans le développement durable de nos pays. Sans paix, aucun progrès ne peut être envisagé. Dans ce contexte, les organisations régionales devraient jouer pleinement un rôle déterminant pour la prévention, la gestion et la résolution des conflits. Les parlements régionaux sont encouragés à poursuivre leurs efforts destinés à s'impliquer davantage dans le processus de paix. Ils sont appelés à renforcer leurs mécanismes de coopération afin de partager des expériences et s'appuyer mutuellement en cas de besoin. Pour conclure notre propos, il est fort souhaitable que les organisations régionales et leurs parlements travaillent de concert dans la prévention des conflits, dans les processus de médiation et de négociation, ainsi que dans la gestion des périodes post-conflictuelles. Nous vous remercions.
Merci beaucoup. Là, je vais aller de nouveau au côté européen et j'aimerais bien passer la parole à M. Thierry Mariani. Vous avez la parole, Thierry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'Europe a besoin de l'Afrique plutôt a besoin de partenaires, et d'ailleurs l'Europe aussi, qui respectent ses institutions, ses traditions et ses choix souverains. Le temps des tuteurs est révolu. Or, l'Afrique s'est dotée pour cela d'instruments remarquables. L'Union africaine est le cadre politique continental légitime, mais sa force tient à l'architecture qu'elle a construite avec les communautés économiques régionales. La CEDEAO, l'IGAP, groupe régional d'Afrique de l'Est, la SADC, Communauté d'Afrique australe, l'EAC, la Communauté d'Afrique de l'Est, ce sont elles, selon le principe de subsidiarité inscrit dans l'architecture africaine de paix et de sécurité, les premières à répondre aux crises du continent, souvent même avant l'UA et quasiment toujours avant l'ONU. Ce qui mérite d'être souligné, c'est aussi la trajectoire de ces organisations. Aucune n'a été conçue initialement pour gérer des conflits. La CEDEAO de 1975, l'IGAP de 1986 étaient avant tout des instruments d'intégration économique. C'est hélas la réalité des guerres civiles ou des conflits des années 90 qui les a transformés. Parce qu'une organisation qui gère des flux commerciaux entre pays voisins, qui administre des corridors et des unions douanières, comprend mieux que quiconque le coût que représente la guerre. D'ailleurs, généralement, l'intégration économique ne suit pas la paix. Au contraire, elle la précède et elle en crée les conditions. Regardons l'histoire de l'Union européenne. La CECA, la communauté économique du charbon et de l'énergie, a été avant la communauté économique européenne. La CE, avant l'Union européenne d'aujourd'hui. Chaque étape a substitué l'échange à la rivalité, le droit à la force. Évidemment, il s'agit non pas d'une leçon, mais simplement d'un retour d'expérience à partager entre partenaires qui se comprennent mutuellement. Le constat est sans appel et les résultats sont là. La CEDEAO a garanti une passation de pouvoir, par exemple en Gambie en 2017. L'IGAP a conduit des médiations au Soudan du Sud. La SADC s'est engagée en RDC avec une légitimité locale qu'aucune résolution venue de l'extérieur n'aurait pu acheter ou qu'aucun président nouvellement élu, loin de l'Afrique, arrive à résoudre en quelques heures. Sur la RDC, sur le Sahel, sur le Soudan, les solutions seront toujours africaines, sinon elles ne peuvent pas être durables. Et pour notre rôle en tant qu'Européens, qui n'est donc pas de nous substituer à ces mécanismes, encore moins de les contourner. C'est au contraire de les appuyer, de les reconnaître pour ce qu'ils sont, les acteurs centraux de la stabilité africaine. Je conclus en disant que cette Assemblée, loin des vieilles logiques asymétriques, illustre parfaitement ce que peut être une plateforme sincère et utile du retour d'expérience sur les questions de paix et de sécurité. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Thierry, vous avez très bien respecté votre temps de parole. Then I go to Côte d'Ivoire, l'honorable Sangare Yacouba. Where is Côte d'Ivoire?
Merci Madame la coprésidente. Je suis derrière parce que le micro le plus proche est ici. Alors, je prends la parole au nom de la Côte d'Ivoire. Mais Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission, après avoir écouté la présidente du Parlement de la CEDEAO, je ne voudrais pas revenir sur ses propos parce que c'est pratiquement la même chose que j'allais dire pour mettre en exergue l'importance des organisations parlementaires sous-régionales. Mais néanmoins, Madame la coprésidente, avec votre permission encore, je voudrais, sinon je m'en voudrais, si je ne présente pas, et sinon les saluts fraternels de la Côte d'Ivoire à tous mes collègues ici présents. Et traduire par la même occasion la gratitude du président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, son Excellence Alassane Ouattara, et tout le peuple ivoirien, à son Altesse, le roi, à sa Majesté le roi d'Eswatini, et à tout le peuple d'Eswatini, d'avoir accepté d'abriter ces assises qui auraient dû se dérouler à Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Ici, je voudrais profiter de ce micro pour vous rassurer que la Côte d'Ivoire se porte très bien. Le fait de ne pas abriter ces assises est dû simplement à un problème de calendrier parce que nous avons eu des élections législatives à la fin du mois de décembre et que le Parlement n'a pris fonction qu'en janvier, pratiquement à la mi-janvier, avec un changement à la tête donc de l'institution, toutes choses qui n'ont pas favorisé l'organisation de ces assises que nous voulons aussi grandioses comme nous l'avons ici en Eswatini. Je voudrais vous rassurer que vous serez les bienvenus en Côte d'Ivoire en 2027. Nous allons mettre les petits plats dans les grands afin que le séjour au bord de la lagune Ébriée soit inoubliable. Merci de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, c'est une bonne explication. Merci pour pour vos explications, parce qu'on a bien compris que c'est pour ça, et on a bien noté que vous êtes candidat pour nous recevoir pendant la prochaine réunion. Merci beaucoup. Là, j'aimerais bien passer la parole à Nicolas Bay du ECR du Parti européen. Nicolas.
Oui.
Ah, voilà.
Merci.
Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais tout d'abord, puisque c'est ma première prise de parole ici en Eswatini, remercier les autorités du pays et Sa Majesté le Roi pour leur accueil. Remercier aussi l'ensemble des délégations africaines qui nous font l'amitié de leur présence, de leur participation à cette réunion qui est très importante. Les enjeux de sécurité, de paix et de stabilité sont centraux. Lors des précédentes réunions, dans le cadre ancien de l'ACP, nous avions souvent évoqué ces questions de sécurité et souvent elles concernaient exclusivement, il faut bien le dire, le continent africain, et l'Europe semblait enrobée dans une espèce de paix qui était évidemment louable, mais qui était en réalité moins définitive qu'elle ne paraissait. Et aujourd'hui, on le sait, que ce soit à l'Est avec l'Ukraine, que ce soit avec le Caucase, que ce soit avec les troubles au Moyen-Orient, dans notre voisinage immédiat en Europe, nous sommes aussi confrontés à des problèmes de sécurité et nous sommes confrontés à des tensions de plus en plus fortes, du communautarisme, du séparatisme, de la criminalité sur le sol européen. Et évidemment, cet enjeu de sécurité, il nous est donc commun avec nos amis africains, avec l'ensemble des pays africains. Notre Assemblée parlementaire paritaire, elle représente 75 pays, plus de 1,2 milliard d'habitants. C'est donc un enjeu de partenariat très fort. Et sur la sécurité, eh bien aujourd'hui, on a une situation qui est difficile, qui reste très difficile dans beaucoup de secteurs de l'Afrique. On pense évidemment au Sahel, où d'ailleurs un certain nombre de pays, le Mali, le Burkina Faso, le Niger, ont quitté la CEDEAO, ce qui montre aussi la limite, en quelque sorte, parfois des approches purement régionales. Le Soudan, avec une crise humanitaire qui ne cesse de s'aggraver, 12 millions de déplacés. J'étais en Éthiopie il y a quelques jours, où nous avons eu la guerre du Tigré, plusieurs centaines de milliers de morts, et des conflits qui restent très forts entre les régions d'Amara et d'Oromia. Bref, je ne vais pas faire la longue liste des difficultés, mais aujourd'hui, nous devons avoir au maximum, nous appuyer au maximum sur les organisations régionales, les instances régionales, les parlements régionaux ou nationaux pour qu'ils effectuent un contrôle démocratique le plus fort possible, qu'ils essayent de stabiliser et aussi de contrôler en particulier l'ensemble des flux financiers pour éviter la corruption, pour éviter les détournements d'argent, pour éviter qu'un certain nombre d'organisations criminelles qui organisent la guerre, qui profitent de la guerre, qui prospèrent sur la guerre, eh bien, parfois réussissent à obtenir, à accaparer une partie des fonds internationaux qui doivent exclusivement être utilisés au service de l'Afrique, du développement économique, qui est l'un des préalables à la stabilité et à la paix. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Vous parlez très vite. J'espère que tout le monde va bien pouvoir suivre pour rester dans votre temps. Là, j'aimerais bien aller à Angola. Honorable Vigilio Tiova. Angola. Voilà. Vous avez la parole.
Muito obrigado. Saúdo a todos e, em especial, Sua Alteza o Príncipe Nidani. Permitam, em nome da República de Angola, saudar os organizadores desta conferência e agradecer ao Reino de Eswatini pela hospitalidade e pelo compromisso com o fortalecimento do diálogo parlamentar entre a ACP e a União Europeia. O tema que nos reúne é central para o futuro do continente. Angola entende que não existe desenvolvimento sustentável sem paz, nem integração regional sem estabilidade. A experiência africana demonstra que a paz não é apenas ausência de conflito. Ela depende igualmente de instituições fortes, inclusão social, diálogo político, respeito pela soberania dos Estados e confiança entre governantes e cidadãos. Neste contexto, as organizações regionais africanas desempenham um papel essencial. A União Africana, as comunidades econômicas regionais, os mecanismos de mediação e prevenção de conflito estão frequentemente mais próximos das realidades locais, o que lhes confere maior capacidade de intervenção e legitimidade. Ao mesmo tempo, é importante reforçar a cooperação entre estas organizações, as Nações Unidas, a ACP, a União Europeia e outros parceiros internacionais, sempre com respeito pela soberania dos Estados e pela apropriação africana das soluções. Excelências, os parlamentos também têm um papel indispensável na promoção da paz e da segurança, através da legislação, da fiscalização e da diplomacia parlamentar podem contribuir para prevenir conflitos, promover a inclusão, proteger os direitos humanos e fortalecer o Estado de Direito. Os parlamentos regionais e as assembleias parlamentares conjuntas são espaços importantes de diálogo, de construção de confiança e aproximação entre os povos. Devemos valorizá-los como instrumentos de cooperação e prevenção de tensões. Angola considera igualmente fundamental defender princípios como a soberania dos Estados, a integridade territorial, a rejeição das mudanças inconstitucionais de governo e a resolução pacífica dos conflitos. Estes princípios continuam a ser pilares da estabilidade africana. Excelências, a África deve assumir um papel cada vez mais ativo na construção da sua própria paz e segurança. Para isso, precisamos de instituições mais fortes, de maior cooperação regional e de investimentos na juventude, na boa governação e na prevenção dos conflitos. A República de Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a África mais estável, mais integrada e mais capaz de resolver os desafios por meios pacíficos e africanos. Muito obrigado, Presidente.
Merci à l'honorable Vigilio. Je voudrais passer la parole à ma collègue pour son intervention.
Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, je parle comme député de Renew. I will speak now not as a co-president, but as a member of the European Parliament. And let me start by saying that you all know me, that peace and security is of the core. You all heard my story. I really want to focus on a few conflicts that we worked on a lot in the delegation in the European Parliament. And the first of the conflicts we worked a lot on is the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Because there, colleagues, the conflict is already for 30 years. And there are more than 10 million people who lost their lives. 7 million people are displaced. And it's not so long ago that, it was last year, that we visited the region with a big delegation. And we were in Kinshasa. And so I really hope, and I know that Rwanda is speaking after me, so I really hope that I can call on DRC and Rwanda that they implement the peace agreements. Because still last week, a friend of mine lost her brother in Uvira. The war is still making victims. So I really make, from this moment here in this house, a moment to urge the colleagues of the different parliaments to work on really a peace agreement on the field. Also, we talked, and Marit was with me, and Ingeborg was with me, and a lot of people. We talked to the victims of sexual violence. We talked to the women who were raped. We were at the hospital, Panzi, and I really think that we have to combat more the sexual violence as a weapon of war. And that's why it also will be in our recommendation that we will hopefully adopt. A second conflict where we talked about long time in our delegation is Sudan, where also there civilians are paying the highest price, and also in the Sahel. And those crises are different, but they share common drivers: instability, impunity, weak institutions, illicit financial networks, and external interference. External destabilizing actors are playing an increasingly damaging role across the several conflicts. Foreign interference, mercenary deployments, illicit mining, and disinformation campaigns are fueling the instability. Africa, colleagues, must never become the battlefield of other powers' ambitions. Security cannot be reduced to military responses alone. Lasting peace depends on accountable governance, democratic legitimacy, economic opportunity, and trust between citizens and institutions. So for me, and other colleagues said it before, African-led peace efforts must remain at the center of our common approach. The African Union, regional organizations, and African peace operations are indispensable actors in prevention, mediation, and stabilization. Europe must be a reliable and respectful partner, working on the basis of trust, equality, and shared responsibility. But sustainable peace, colleagues, cannot be built without civil society, and it cannot be sustained without women. Across Africa, women are leading reconciliation efforts, rebuilding trust, and keeping the foundations of peace alive where institutions have failed. Their leadership and contribution to peace building must be fully recognized and supported. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Merci, Madame la députée, pour avoir respecté votre temps de parole. Nous passons la parole maintenant à la représentante de Rwanda.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, Madam Co-Chair. Parliamentary institutions such as the Pan-African Parliament and the Eastern African Legislative Assembly, where Rwanda belongs to, parliamentary institutions such as the Pan-African Parliament and the Eastern African Legislative Assembly, where Rwanda belongs to, are committed to promote peace and security through democratic oversight, accountability, and citizen representation, while parliamentary diplomacy strengthens dialogue, trust, and conflict prevention. For Rwanda, these commitments are deeply shaped by the lessons of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, which highlighted the devastating consequences of international inaction. Guided by this history, Rwanda has maintained a strong commitment to peacekeeping, the responsibility to protect, and the regional stability. Today, Rwanda is the fourth largest global contributor to UN peacekeeping operations and the leading contributor in Africa. Rwanda also provides bilateral security support to the Central African Republic and the Mozambique, reflecting its continued commitment to peace, resilience, and the shared security in line with the Kigali principles on the protection of civilians adopted in 2015. At the national level, the Parliament of Rwanda plays a central role in advancing peace and security. It does so through the ratification of international and regional treaties, oversight of government policies, and the promotion of unity and reconciliation among our people. Distinguished guests, we must deepen collaboration between the African Union, European Union, and the regional economic communities, empower parliamentary institutions to play an active role in oversight and accountability, and invest in early warning systems, preventing diplomacy and decisive, timely intervention from regional and the continental level. In conclusion, Rwanda's experience has shown that even after profound tragedy, resilience and reconciliation can lead to a lasting contribution to global peace, and regional organization and the Parliament must continue to work hand in hand to build a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa. And let us reaffirm our shared commitment to peace, strengthen our cooperation, and act to secure a better future for Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I will give the floor to Hannes Heider from SND.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I'm an MEP from Austria. My parents were born into an Europe of war, conflict, and totalitarianism. I was not. And there's only one generation behind and between. So this is the challenge for us as parliamentarians. And the European Union is a project of peace and democracy. And keep in mind, it's also built on values and committed to rule of law. And also, what is part of the success story is the principle of cohesion, because it's the principle of leaving nobody behind. And the European Union realized there's so many challenges that can only be solved cross-border. And ACP, JPAs show me that challenges and problems are similar that we face. So we, African and European parliamentarians, have the potential to develop a partnership of shared priorities in solidarity and equality. And a strong parliamentary institution and a cooperation can guarantee peace. And when we ask for working together in parliamentarian bodies, then the ACP JPA, EU JPA is the best forum we have. And we should empower our cooperation. We should do more dialogue, more exchange, and also tackle more of the challenges, and also involve young people, as we do in the Youth Forum. Involve women initiatives, as we do in the Women's Forum. Then we will be very successful. And I'm working passionately in the Committee on Culture and Education. And also, I'm very happy that education and culture will play a role in our cooperation and work together. And this assembly cannot only be a role model, it is a role model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I go to Eritrea. Honorable Teklo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not an MP. With your permission, I am the ambassador of Eritrea in Brussels.
Okay.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I have briefly want to make some comments. One of the key pillars of the partnership between member states of the OACPS Africa region and the EU is the maintenance of peace and security, i.e. independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states cannot be negotiated or compromised, and states must refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force. In this regard, Madam Chair, Africa regional organizations and their parliamentarians, self-budgeted and committed to their duties and responsibilities, have an important role to play for the promotion of peace and security in their respective regions. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I wish to reaffirm Eritrea's continued commitment to contribute its share to the promotion of peace and security in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea as well. Eritrea also remains committed to contribute the collective effort of this partnership, a win-win engagement that adds value to the OACPS at large. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Then I go to the European Parliament, Reinhold Lupatica, the EPP.
Thank you very much. Let me start with a fact we should have in mind. Europe and Africa are neighbors, separated by just 14 kilometers. Peace, stability, economic prosperity, and security on one continent directly shape the reality of the other. Today, peace and stability are among the greatest challenges facing the African continent, from the devastating conflict in Sudan to instability in the Sahel region. Millions of people are suffering from violence, displacement, terrorism, and political uncertainty. In the Sahel, Russia promised security and stability. Yet, the reality on the ground shows a different picture. The region has become more destabilized since Russia's engagement. Terrorist violence has increased, democratic institutions have weakened, and civilian suffering has grown dramatically. In 2024, the Sahel accounted for more than half of all terrorism-related deaths worldwide. This demonstrates that sustainable security cannot be achieved through mercenary structures and military coercion. The European Union follows a fundamentally different approach. Unlike some external actors, the EU doesn't seek influence through the support of military conflicts, destabilization or exploitation. We believe that lasting security can only be built through democracy, the respect of human rights, accountable governance and the rule of law. This is why the European Union invests in education, development, democratic institutions and regional cooperation. We support African-led solutions to African challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I go to Kenya, to Honorable Robert Basil. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the President of this forum. I'll try to structure my contribution. Yes. I'll try to structure my contribution in three levels. One, the root causes of political instability, the role of Parliament to mitigate this, and the role of the global bodies to work on this. One of the root causes, Madam President, is foreign aggression. We have seen scrabble for resources. We talk of DRC and many countries where foreigners have virtually crossed the national borders to scrabble for resources. Number two is conflict for resources. In Kenya and many other countries, we have seen communities scrabble for limited resources as one of the root causes of instability and the political crisis that we see in Africa. The other point is about overstaying in power. Madam President, we have seen situations where leaders do not want to vacate positions of leadership, Madam Chair. And this has contributed to instability as well as issues of insecurity in Africa, among other nations. Unemployment is another key concern, particularly among the youth, Madam Chair, because this has potentially made the youth to be potential candidates for radicalization and to be misused, and also issues of revolution that we have seen across many countries in Africa. Poor governance is another concern, another serious root cause of political instability and insecurity. And when I talk of poor governance, I make reference to corruption and looting that has been happening in African nations. Then terrorism is another serious cause of political instability and security. Kenya was a victim in 1998 and subsequent years where we have seen terrorists crossing Kenyan border and contributing to instability and threat to peace that we have enjoyed as a country. Now, in the view of that, what can Parliament do to be able to mitigate this? From a Kenyan perspective, we have been able to enact a new constitution that provides limit to leadership. A president cannot go more than 2 terms in Kenya. The same applies to governors. So we have a new constitution which is contributing also to good governance. If you look at our Constitution, Article 10 talks of equity, inclusivity, particularly when it comes to resource distribution, Madam Chair. Another key role of Parliament is budget appropriation, appropriating budget, particularly targeting the youth, to be able to unlock the potential and also support skill endowment among the youth. Another key role is to promote good governance through laws, and also to ensure that we work closely with other states, particularly from a regional perspective, to be able to enact laws that ensure international borders are respected, and also treaties or resolutions that promote peace have been enacted. That's another role of the global bodies.
Okay, I will try to keep the timeline. I think your time finished, so...
1 more minute, Madam
One more
Chair.
minute? No, that's not possible.
And then another role which the international bodies, like we talk of IGAD and others, can play is mediation. That has happened very successfully within Kenya and South Sudan. So thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted more time to be able to shed more light, but it's okay. Thank you.
In the next time or during the coffee break. Thank you very much. I go now to the European Parliament, and it's a colleague that you all know, probably Michael Gahler from EPP. Michael, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. When it comes to peace and security in Africa, well, I have attended this assembly since 1999, and in the Pan-African Parliament, I attended meetings since 2006. Now, I have to say, I think all good policy making starts with the correct assessment of the truth and calling a spade a spade. I have to say, in the Pan-African Parliament, where I attended meetings on security and defense, there was quite a debate. And that is, of course, a bit due to the fact that the composition of the Pan-African Parliament requires from every country at least one opposition member and one woman. That diversifies the debate and makes it more to the point, is my impression. And I would wish that we could have that here as well. Now, I think in this regard, when there is a due assessment of a situation in a given country, and a parliament like the Pan-African Parliament or our assembly here make a clear statement what is due to do, and in this regard, I think we can make a difference. When it comes to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, that is one other regional body from this region here, I have seen when it was about election observation, that they often came out with other assessments, perhaps a bit closer to the reality than what perhaps a given or sitting government would have liked to see. But as I said, it all starts with a thorough assessment what is actually happening, and in this regard, we parliamentarians can play a role and also have other ways and means to conduct negotiations perhaps than diplomats who are bound to certain rules that they have to apply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Then I go to Gambia, to Honorable Cisse. Where is Gambia? Okay, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when we speak about security in Africa, peace and security, we speak.
Please, can you speak a little bit louder? Very loud.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. When we speak about peace and security in Africa, we speak about the lives of mothers who want their children to grow up free from fear, about young people who dream of opportunities instead of people who dream of opportunity instead of conflict, and about communities that long for dignity, justice, and stability. Africa's challenges are real. We see violent extremism tearing at the fabric of our societies in the Sahel. We witness fragile states struggling to hold on to stability. We feel the weight of humanitarian crisis, often worsened by climate change. These are not distant problems. They are lived realities for millions of our brothers and sisters in Africa. And the truth is simple. No simple nation can carry this burden alone. The Gambia therefore calls for stronger partnership between African institutions and international bodies. This partnership must be based on respect, equality, and shared responsibility. Africa does not seek for paternalism, it seeks for partnership. We want international organizations to listen to African voices, respect African priorities, and support African solutions. We want parliaments to foster dialogue and bridge cultures that build trust across continents. International organizations and parliament are indispensable partners in Africa's quest for peace and security. They provide for frameworks, legitimacy, and solidarity needed to transform challenges into opportunities. Therefore, to ensure Africa's future is defined not by conflict, but unity, justice, and sustainable development. Therefore, there must be collaboration within all angles between Africa and Europe. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. And then I go, because we still have a list to go, and then the answers, but then I go back to Europe, and it's an honor to give the floor to Juan Lopez Aguilar, the SND. I saw you, I know I missed you. Oh, there you are. Good loud, we don't hear you. Put your mic on and good loud. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, co-chairs, and thank you all. I can only commend that there is a point on peace and security in this conversation of us. This is a European Parliament and parliaments from our partners, our African partners, gathering. So it means that we care about the role of parliaments when it comes to conflict in a world in turmoil. What is our role? First of all, we are lawmakers. We are committed to law. Law matters, and law matters especially in times of conflict, meaning that we should actually endorse the role of law enforcement. We are lawmakers, but we support law enforcers, including courts of justice, including the International Criminal Court when it comes to war crimes. Second, we exert scrutiny and parliamentary control on executives. And yes, security and war are often the realm and competence of executives, but we have a duty to exert parliamentary scrutiny on their decisions. Then we have to echo regional organizations which are committed to peacemaking, non-governmental organizations, women's and victims of crime. They are most important to be heard of in parliamentary gatherings when it comes to raising the voice, which are exposing the consequences of war and conflict. And finally, we are to be useful when it comes to bringing up diplomatic solutions instead of conflict. So we are to be absolutely essential when it comes to building up a diplomatic way out of conflict. That's what we try in the European Parliament when we endorse resolutions as to conflicts. And believe me, dear African parliamentary partners, we are standing beside you when it comes to endorsing your role as peacemakers in Africa in a time of conflict and insecurity. Thank you.
It's a clear message, colleague, and an energetic message. Thank you very much. Then I go to Tanzania, a country I visited a few weeks ago, a beautiful country. Honorable Silo, where is Tanzania? Okay, you have the floor. Raise your voice. Let us hear your dreams. Ask you that if you speak, you have to take your headphones off, otherwise it will make a very strange noise. Then use a mic from your neighbor. It's the same. Oui. Looking for a mic that is working. Can somebody in the line maybe push the button? Maybe some of the others are working. Technical problem, we will solve it, if it's only that.
Thank you, Madam President.
Where are you now? Okay, there. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Regarding this agenda item on the peace and security, I wish to highlight 3 key messages. The first one is sustainable peace requires African ownership and locally grounded solutions. Honorable President, we have witnessed various international initiatives aimed at mediation, peace building, and conflict resolution in Africa. These efforts are important and we support them. However, my delegation is of the opinion that local communities and institutions must remain at the center of these processes because they best understand the reality on the ground. Involvement of national and regional stakeholders is very crucial for achieving long-lasting and sustainable peace. My second message is more partnership is required between Africa and the EU to bring the financial gap in peace and security efforts in Africa. Honorable President, peace building, mediation, post-conflict reconstruction, and stabilization all require predictable and sustainable financing. In this regard, we appreciate the support provided by partners, including the European Union, through instruments such as European Peace Facility. However, the scale of current challenges continues to outpace available resources. We therefore call for strengthening our partnership and mobilize more financing for peace support operations, conflict prevention, and institution building across the continent. At the same time, we must preserve and strengthen the spirit of international burden sharing, particularly for the countries that continue to carry the humanitarian and the economic consequences of conflicts occurring in neighboring states. There is therefore a need for the international community and partners to continue supporting refugee-hosting countries like Tanzania, among others, in line with internationally agreed principles of solidarity and burden sharing. They should not be left to carry this responsibility alone. My third and final message is an invitation to the upcoming IPU meeting in Tanzania. Honorable colleagues, dear President, before I conclude, allow me on behalf of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania to warmly invite all delegations to the upcoming meeting of the Interparliamentary Union scheduled to take place in Arusha, Tanzania from 5th to 9th of October 2026. We look forward to welcoming you to Tanzania, unforgettable land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and Zanzibar, and assuring you of our well-known hospitality. For ease of preparation and access to logistical information, please visit the parliamentary website. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Then I go back to Europe, to a member of the ECR, Arkadiusz Mularczyk. You see, not only the African names are difficult.
Thank you very much. Arkadiusz Mularczyk, I represent Poland, Central Europe. Thank you. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the Kingdom of Eswatini and its authorities and all African partners for hosting us and organizing this very important assembly. Dear colleagues, peace and security in Africa cannot be built only through military instruments or diplomatic declarations. They require strong institutions, responsible leadership, and regional cooperation based on trust and between nations. Europe learned this lesson after the tragedy of the Second World War. Although not all historical injustice and wartime losses were fully resolved, Europe succeeded in building institutions and mechanisms of cooperation that help preserve peace and stability for decades. I came from Poland, a country that suffered enormously during the Second World War and later remained under the Soviet Union domination for decades. Because of this experience, we understand very well that peace without sovereignty is only illusion. Strong institutions, secure borders, responsible political leadership, and cooperation between nations are the foundation of the lasting stability. Today, Africa is becoming one of the key geopolitical centers of the 21st century. Regional organizations such as African Union, ECOWAS, SADC, and others are playing an increasingly important role in conflict prevention, mediation, and regional strategy. We believe that strong international cooperation must be built on strong and sovereign nations, mutual respect, and equal partnership between regions. Today, my country, Poland, is one of the key countries of Central Europe, strengthening regional security and participating in the upcoming G20 summit in Miami and the invitation of President Donald Trump. We are ready to share these experiences with our African partners. Peace is never built only by armies, it's built by strong states, effective institutions, responsible leadership, and cooperation between nations. Africa and Europe share a common responsibility for regional stability and security. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Poland. Then I go to Zimbabwe. Honorable Nyambuya.
Thank you.
Zimbabwe. Where are you?
I'm right here.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Peace and security are actually the foundations upon which prosperity development can be built. Yet across Africa today, these foundations are under strain. Conflicts are no longer confined to battlefields. They are fueled by poverty, unemployment, climate pressures, and competition for resources. They are compounded by terrorism, governance failures, and cross-border threats. The consequences are stark. We have instability, displacement, and humanitarian crisis. Let us be clear, Co-Chair, peace is not simply the absence of war. It is the presence of justice, stability, and opportunities. Security must mean protection from both internal and external threats. Regional organizations have become indispensable in this fight. The African Union, through its peace and security architecture, has shown that collective action is not just possible, but powerful. From Peace and Security Council to the African standby force, the AU has moved from passive non-interference to proactive engagement. Its mediation, peacekeeping, and post-conflict reconstruction efforts prove that no single nation can shoulder these burdens alone. At the sub-regional level, the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, has demonstrated the same resolve. Through peace and support operations and diplomatic interventions, SADC has shown that proximity and solidarity matter. When crises erupt, neighbors understand the context that neighbors need to act. But we cannot and we must not overlook the role of Parliament. Executive bodies may lead operations, but parliaments provide legitimacy. They provide oversight and the voice of the people. Institutions such as the Pan-African Parliament, SADC Parliamentary Forum are vital in ensuring that peace efforts are accountable, democratic, and inclusive. Parliamentarians bridge the gap between citizens and institutions. They confront inequality, marginalization, and injustice, the root cause of conflict. They ensure that peace is not imposed from above, but built from ground up. Co-Chair, there are challenges when we talk about peacekeeping and peace maintenance. One of the major challenges is resource constraints, which we are very happy to say the EU has moved in many a time to try and help. We have got problems of coordination and interoperability. We have got challenges between sovereignty and collective responsibility. Colleagues, the lesson is very clear. Governments, regional organizations, and parliaments must work in concert. One provides structure and the other legitimacy, and together they deliver solutions. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. Very wise words. Then I go to Europe again. Marcin Sipniewski. Marcin, where are you?
Okay, I'm here. It's working? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank also the authorities of the Kingdom of Eswatini for their great hospitality and welcoming us here. Peace and security are not empty words for my nation, for my country, for Poland. As a nation, we were hit hardest by World War II, and currently the war in Ukraine is just beyond our borders, and we must learn from this and other conflicts. I think that we need to have a good balance between cooperation and sovereignty of the nations, because we have to respect that each country has its values, its system of reign, and if it will be good balance, it will be good cooperation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Then I would like to go to Benin, to Honorable Emily. Benin, tu es où? Un petit pays que j'aime beaucoup parce que j'ai assisté, le temps qu'on retrouve le parlementaire, j'ai assisté là-bas à une naissance. Et la femme m'a donné l'honneur de nommer le fils, de donner le nom au fils. Et je l'ai nommé Edmond. Alors j'ai quelque part un jeune homme à Bénin qui porte le nom que j'ai choisi.
Merci.
Bénin.
Merci beaucoup. J'espère que ça passe. Ah. Il n'y a pas de sécurité. Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Il n'y a pas de sécurité durable sans développement et pas de développement possible sans sécurité. Alors, je viens d'une très belle région, montagneuse. Et quand j'ai vu la vallée du paradis, des Ezulwini, je me suis permise de rêver pour ma commune, pour mes mandants. Oui, ils ont droit à une belle vie, à des emplois durables et décents, bref, à la paix et à la stabilité, fondement de tout développement. Cependant, ma commune, comme les communes du nord du Bénin, sont confrontées à des défis sécuritaires croissants, liés à la pression des groupes armés non étatiques opérant dans la sous-région du Sahel. Cette situation, évidemment, fragilise les acquis en matière de développement socio-économique et accentue la vulnérabilité de nos populations locales. Le tourisme, par exemple, dans l'Atakora, a complètement baissé avec ses corollaires. Les guides touristiques n'ont plus de travail. Les femmes artisanes ne vendent plus. J'ai des femmes qui m'appellent me disant « Honorable, nous ne vendons plus ». J'ai des enfants qui ne vont plus à l'école parce que ces écoles sont fermées pour raison de sécurité. Nous sommes d'ailleurs en train d'envisager un forum sur le développement et l'attractivité de nos territoires dans un contexte de défis sécuritaires. Comment nous vendons notre marque pays, comment nous vendons nos produits, comment même nous produisons et les transformons si nous avons des défis sécuritaires. Vous voyez là, je porte une très belle tenue. J'ai enlevé celle de l'Eswatini. Mais cette tenue, ces tissus sont fabriqués par des artisanes, des coopératives de femmes qui font du pain tissé, qui font du pain teinté. Mais aujourd'hui, elles ne vendent plus. Parce qu'elles m'appellent. Elles me disent, je ne peux plus aller au marché. Je ne peux plus aller dans telle frontière. Et à côté de cela, les statistiques montrent très bien que en 2050, un habitant sur 4 sera africain. Dans ce contexte, les parlements nationaux ont un rôle stratégique à jouer, tant dans l'élaboration des cadres juridiques adaptés, la mobilisation citoyenne et territoriale, d'où la nécessité d'un dialogue interparlementaire renforcé par une réponse coordonnée et cohérente et durable. La promotion d'une approche intégrée, sécurité, développement, cohésion sociale, le financement de la sécurité, mais surtout le financement du développement. La création de mécanismes parlementaires d'alerte et de prévention permettant par exemple la remontée rapide d'informations territoriales, l'anticipation des crises et le dialogue direct avec les exécutifs. La mise en place des mécanismes de cohésion sociale et de résilience communautaire et l'appui aux initiatives locales de paix en créant par exemple les sentinelles de paix et en impliquant aussi bien nos jeunes et nos femmes. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour les clairs messages. Je passe au Parlement européen, Ruth Fermeny.
Firmenich.
Je m'excuse.
Pas de problème. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak. We need much more open debate in order to come to mutual understanding and to find solutions to the problems the world is facing today. This is why it is so important to discuss on how to strengthen the role of regional organizations and their parliaments in promoting peace and security. I speak to you as a European, and in my view, this topic cannot be separated from the question of decolonization and the responsibility for Europe to support the African states in their efforts. To this very day, Europe has failed to fully decolonize all territories, and I think that this must come to an end. To name just 2 examples from the region of Southern Africa. First, best known, is Mauritius, from which the United Kingdom unlawfully separated the Chagos archipelago, deported the entire population, and afterwards illegally leased the main island to the United States to set up a military base in Diego Garcia. And there is also Madagascar, where France continues to control the so-called scattered islands. The government of Madagascar has long demanded their return, a matter that is also the subject of bilateral talks. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to show solidarity on this issue, and we need the courage to address it. Peace and security cannot be built while territories remain colonized and militarized. We should demand the return of the colonized territories. Regional organizations could and should play a role in this. Decolonization is not merely a bilateral matter. Decolonization is a matter of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then I come to Sierra Leone, but I don't have the name, so please, Sierra Leone.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Give me a few seconds. Madam, I'm happy you have given me the floor. I'm Honorable Newman from Sierra Leone. Let me put a question to you directly. We have heard all what the speakers have said. The issue of sovereignty. Sovereignty must be respected. If we have no respect for sovereignty, there is going to be instability, there is no peace. So this is what is happening. Uganda, for instance, they are passing law that has to do with sovereignty, and Europe is questioning that. And we are saying we want to maintain stricto sensu that this parliament needs to play the parliamentary diplomacy. We are worried. How can we play parliamentary diplomacy when one side of the same parliament with these unique shades of representation, you have Europe and you have Africa? And for me, I'm a living testament. Coming from the west coast of Africa, I have benefited from the regional cooperation that has to do with stability, that has to do with peace. We fought for 10 years. We fought for 10 years. Senseless war because of interference over precious minerals. And policy change must come in. So if you are talking about parliamentary diplomacy, madam, let us talk about how do we manage ourselves. Europe is having a very strong parliamentary direction because they meet always. They discuss among themselves. And the ACP side will not be able to meet because we don't have strong parliamentary dimension. So we are calling upon you to support us. Give us the free hands. Give us the leverage. Because in your very opening statement, madam, you said there will be no development without peace. Certainly so. There will be no development without peace. So if we want to have stability and development, let us concentrate on peace. And this is a very point that we need to hammer home. How do we go about peace? How do we go about parliamentary diplomacy? Discuss amongst ourselves. We change the trajectory of our policies. We can talk about trade when there is peace. We can talk about security when we have entrenched in our peace and stability. Today we are under this edifice. His Highness, the Prince of Eswatini. We are under this edifice because they have enjoyed long-term peace and stability of this country. While Africa is unstable, where Africa, there is war in Africa, there is no war in Europe, there is war in Asia, there is war in Middle East. The global order is no more. There is complete global disorder. And that is the reason why this parliament should be fundamental in addressing the issues of Africa. That where peace and stability must be maintained. Madam Chair, my President, let us discuss this one with sincerity of purpose. Madam just said on the other side that we should come together. Decolonization is what's affecting us. We say thanks to Nigeria. When we had a conflict, it was due to regional cooperation. And I heard Madam speaking about ECOWAS. These are the structures that we need to emulate because we have succeeded in getting peace through ECOWAS formation, by extension to the United Nations. So for me, for this assembly, let us stop paying lip service. Let us look at the issue of sovereignty and see how we can address this. All of these things that we are talking about can fall in place. But if we come here, we don't take decisive decisions. How do we deal with peace and security in Africa? It will be a problem. And in Europe, you have the responsibility to make sure there is peace and stability in Africa. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. It looked like if you were very angry, but I think it was just the way that you're passionate about what's happening. You looked so angry to me that I thought like, ooh, I have to bowl because he will throw with some tomatoes or something. But I just think it was your way of talking. Huh? It's the expression, the African passion that I heard in your voice here.
I want you to get the African.
I really had fear. I think. But thanks a lot. Give him an applause for his passion. Come on. And then I go to another passionate man from the European Parliament, Lucas Mendel. Lucas, come on.
Thank you very much. It's good to have passion, and I also try to keep the spirit of passion here in the room. Thank you, Chair. Hilde Woutmans, thank you also for your quote you presented us with today. You said, I think you quoted your father saying, if you argue with your neighbor, you might have to change your address. So rather don't do it in order not to change the address. And this is why I heartily thank the African colleagues for welcoming us so positively, with so much hospitality in this beautiful, important and really growing continent of Africa. Parliamentary diplomacy is what we do here. Our colleague Uvinetse Beline from Rwanda has said it very clearly today in this debate, how much parliamentary diplomacy also contributes to peace. And this is the very issue of our first debate we have here on the agenda in this joint assembly. Parliamentarism is always part of the solution. If it's true parliamentarism, if parliamentarians come together, if we talk to each other, then we can solve a lot. And this is true within our continents. I also want to share that European integration led to peace on European soil, peace among former enemies, we have to say that. There is one other development on our planet in the Middle East, the Abraham Accords, where former enemies create peace via cooperation. And this is why I highly appreciate that the African Union exists and the African Union has this parliamentary assembly in order to make the exchange between EU and Africa on a parliamentary basis possible, because this is part of the whole thing, that we cooperate within our continents and that we cooperate between the continents. And on the agenda we will talk about youth, we will talk about raw materials, we will talk about multilateralism, and all of that counts a lot for the benefit of our very citizens, of the people of our constituencies. This is what we have to care for as parliamentarians on the one side as well as on the other. So thank you again for this fruitful exchange.
Thank you very much, Lucas. And then I go to Botswana. I've never been there.
Thank you very much. This Honorable Lekau from Botswana. With me about peace and security, I would liken it to a situation by saying a good dancer knows when to leave the floor. You'd articulate that to an instance in which in Botswana, in 2024, we saw a transition whereby the ruling party just handed over peacefully to the UDC. And even before the official announcement, the former president just congratulated the other one. And I should encourage African countries to benchmark in such, because even in tough situations, that is when we get to understand that the peace in the country provides opportunities. Parliament plays a very vital role in providing peace and strengthening those opportunities, because especially when you look at the youth, they tend to admire a situation whereby they look at members of parliament as role models. And the conduct in which people behave also in parliament dictate the peace in the country, because most people would resemble such situation. And I would encourage that we barely look at that situation. And also to encourage that in our parliament, we should also encourage youth to participate in politics, not just like it's an alternative for employment, but also to find it as an opportunity to thrive and promote peace and security in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Then I come to the European Parliament. Dario Nardella, the SND. Yes, socialist. I'm sorry, SND, no, maybe nobody knows. Dario, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, dear friends, too often when we speak about security, we think only about military tools, but instability is also born from a drought, hunger, rising food prices, land degradation, water scarcity, and the abandonment of rural areas. In many regions, climate change is intensifying competition over land and water, pushing communities into fragility and conflict. This is why cooperation between Europe and Africa must become much more concrete at a territorial level. As a former mayor in Italy and a president of European mayors, I strongly believe that cities and regions are not secondary actors in international cooperation. Local authorities are where people experience the real effects of climate change, migration, food insecurity, and social inequalities. Parliaments give political legitimacy, democratic oversight, and long-term direction. Cities and regions transform those political priorities into fast and concrete actions for citizens. This is why parliamentary diplomacy between the European Parliament and organizations like OACPS is so important. We should build permanent cooperation on food security, agricultural innovation accessible to small producers, climate adaptation, youth training, local governance, and fight against disinformation, external destabilization. And at the same time, we should strengthen direct cooperation among territories. Europe must help African countries not only export raw materials, but also strengthen their own agricultural sovereignty and food industries. Peace is not only the absence of war. Peace means social justice, democratic participation, opportunities for young people, and dignity for rural communities. Not paternalistic relationship, not a donor-recipient logic, but a partnership among equals. We are united like two big families, two protagonists for the future of humanity, different but together, in harmony, like the strings of a musical instrument, to play the same music, and the music of peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then I go to the last intervention from the European Parliament, Sven Simon, the EPP. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, when we speak about peace and security in Africa today, one thing is clear, and it was mentioned several times: Africa has built its own architecture for peace. The African Union, ECOWAS, SADC, the East African Community. Africa has shown repeatedly that when regional institutions act with unity and legitimacy, conflicts can be contained and sometimes prevent before they escalate. And then, colleagues, there's one aspect which I think has not been mentioned so far. By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will live in Africa. So the next generation of parliamentarians, peace builders, and security experts is already being educated today in Addis Ababa, Dakar, Nairobi, and many other places across this continent. I think, and I'm deeply convinced, when we speak about peace and security, that strengthening the ties between African and European universities, research centers, and parliamentary networks, therefore, is not a side project. So let us encourage universities in our countries to build partnerships, long-lasting partnerships. I'm deeply convinced this would be an investment in the shared future and very important when we speak about peace and security in the future. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues. À présent, nous allons passer la parole au Congo. La RDC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais juste intervenir ici sur le thème en présence de la paix et de la sécurité en ce qui concerne la participation des organisations régionales.
We don't hear you. On ne vous entend pas. Un peu plus fort.
Alors, j'interviens sur le thème en discussion en ce qui concerne la paix et la sécurité et le rôle des organisations régionales. Et je note ici qu'en Afrique, les organisations régionales ont peut-être le même problème que vous vivez, vous, en Europe. Un simple pouvoir de recommandation comme nous l'avons ici vécu, je tiens cette occasion pour remercier le Parlement européen qui a joué un très très grand rôle dans la crise qui se vit dans l'Est de la RDC, notamment en formulant des recommandations pour l'annulation de l'accord de prédation qui a été signé entre la Commission et le Rwanda, qui agresse la RDC en ce moment. Alors, ce simple pouvoir de recommandation ne permet pas que lorsque les décisions sont prises au niveau des parlements régionaux, qu'elles soient respectées par les gouvernements. Donc, notre combat comme parlementaires, c'est d'abord de nous battre pour que nous ayons un peu plus de pouvoir, que nos actes aient un peu plus de consistance lorsqu'il faut les formuler en termes de recommandations en direction de nos exécutifs, parce que sinon, nous ne ferons pas un travail utile. Et je vous ai pris un cas ici précis. Vous avez beau, en Europe, recommander que cet accord de prédation soit annulé, l'exécutif, la Commission européenne, ne vous a pas suivi, bien que nous vous encourageons à persister parce que, comme vous le savez, le Congo n'a jamais participé au génocide au Rwanda. Le Congo a plutôt ouvert ses portes pour offrir l'abri aux Rwandais qui étaient menacés de génocide chez eux et qui ne doivent pas payer, parce que lorsque nous parlons de la paix, moi j'en sais exactement quelque chose. Ça fait 30 ans et que nous avons perdu le plus grand nombre de personnes dans cette guerre, plus que toute autre guerre depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Il est ici donc important que nous nous impliquions parce que nous connaissons le triste sort de ces populations qui meurent, de ces femmes qui sont violées chaque minute et que vous êtes longtemps intervenus pour tenter d'accompagner cette démarche. Il est plus que temps désormais que nous parlions comme parlementaires et que nous agissions avec les instruments à notre disposition. Et cela nécessite des réformes, pas seulement des parlements comme de simples organismes d'enregistrement, mais des parlements qui doivent avoir un pouvoir réel. Et donc, nous devons participer aussi à ces réformes pour que nos exécutifs dépendent un peu plus de notre volonté comme représentants directs de nos populations. Voilà ce que j'avais à dire à propos.
Merci beaucoup. And then we come at the end of this exchange of view, but there is an important guest who also wants to give his opinion. It's an honor for me to give the floor to His Royal Highness Prince Lindani of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Royal Highness, you have the floor.
Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable co-presidents, honorable colleagues, allow me on behalf of all delegations to place on record our deepest gratitude to His Majesty King Mswati III and Her Majesty the Queen Mother for the magnificent gala dinner hosted for us last night. His Majesty's hospitality was felt in every detail: the food, the music, the peace that allowed different nations to dine as one family. And last night, we truly felt the heart of Eswatini. And allow me, honorable co-presidents, to commend all the honorables here who are looking very nice and dazzling in our local traditional emahia. The strategic role of regional parliamentary organizations. Regional parliamentary bodies, such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the Pan-African Parliament, constitute indispensable platforms for dialogue that transcend national boundaries. They enable us to anticipate and debate emerging conflicts before they escalate. A practical example is the Cabo Delgado insurgency in Mozambique, where parliamentary voices amplified calls for coordinated regional security under the SADC mission in Mozambique. Oversight and accountability in peace missions. Parliaments are the guardians of democratic oversight. They ensure that peace operations led by the executive are transparent, accountable, and respectful of human rights. The deployment of SAMIM in Mozambique was strengthened by parliamentary scrutiny, which safeguarded resource allocation and reinforced legitimacy. I therefore propose that regional peace missions institutionalize reporting frameworks to brief parliamentary committees regularly. Promoting inclusive peace building. Peace cannot be sustained without inclusivity. Regional parliaments must champion the participation of women, youth, and civil societies in the peace processes. The SADC Parliamentary Forum Model Law on Gender-Based Violence, GBV, is a concrete example of how parliamentary instruments can address root causes of insecurity and promote social cohesion. Addressing cross-border security challenges. Instability in one member state inevitably affects its neighbors. The Lesotho political reforms process, supported by SADC, illustrates how parliamentary engagement was critical in stabilizing governance structures and preventing spillover instability. This underscores the principle that an injury to one is an injury to the region. Strengthening institutional capacity. Regional parliaments require sustained capacity building to support effectively, to monitor peace and security initiatives. The extraordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand demonstrated how parliamentary diplomacy can reinforce continental unity in addressing these crises. Capacity building must not therefore remain a priority in Africa-EU cooperation. Partnership with the European Union. The European Union is a strategic partner in financing and technical support for peace missions. I call for the establishment of joint parliamentary monitoring mechanisms between African and European parliaments to track progress and peace and secure commitments. This partnership must be anchored in mutual accountability and shared values. Eswatini's perspective and contribution. The Kingdom of Eswatini has demonstrated its readiness to provide a neutral platform for dialogue. The hosting of the OACPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly here in Ezulwini is a testament to our commitment to international cooperation. Eswatini's unique Tingunda system of governance, which harmonizes tradition with modern parliamentary practice, offers a model for stability and resilience. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. It was, we're getting a little bit out of time, but I think it was a fruitful exchange of views. I think we heard very clear European sides, we heard very much also the African side. So, Mr. Ambassador, I really wonder how you will conclude this exchange of views. So you have the floor.
Thank you, honorable co-chairs, honorable members. I think this rich exchange captured very well and highlighted the central role of peace and security, and also identified the complexity and also the drivers for peace, for instability, and the need for a comprehensive approach that is not limited to conflict resolution, but is also wider to include prevention, mediation, and crisis management. But everything, and I appreciate the reference that was made by many speakers to the youth and the importance to invest in the youth, the link with education, with research, the collaboration among universities. I think it's extremely, extremely important. Allow me also to reiterate our, let's say, compass, which remains the promotion and protection of effective multilateralism. As I mentioned, this was really central in the, even the theme of our recent AU-EU summit in Angola. We think that effective multilateralism, the respect of international law, respect of humanitarian law remains something that is not negotiable. And I think we have all the instruments through parliaments, through member states, but also through our representative in international organizations, and in particular in the United Nations, to, let's say, raise our voices in support of multilateralism with the UN at its core. Once again, I think it's very clear the role of parliaments that provide legitimacy, oversight. They add accountability, democratic and inclusive dimension to this discussion. And so I think, once again, we welcome all these platforms that we can promote and also, let's say, reiterate our availability to engage with you on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give him an applause, our ambassador. Et alors, j'aimerais bien passer le dernier mot sur ce débat à mon coprésident. Vous avez la parole, monsieur le coprésident.
Merci, madame la coprésidente. Chers collègues, au terme donc de cet échange, nous avons réfléchi sur deux aspects essentiels. La manière dont les organisations régionales et leurs parlements peuvent contribuer plus efficacement à la paix et à la sécurité en Afrique, ainsi qu'à la manière dont le partenariat entre notre organisation et l'Union européenne peut davantage soutenir les solutions conduites par l'Afrique et une coopération institutionnelle renforcée dans ce domaine. Le deuxième aspect, nous avons examiné comment la diplomatie parlementaire peut compléter le travail des gouvernements et des organisations régionales dans la réponse aux défis sécuritaires en constante évolution auxquels notre continent est confronté. Il y a des pistes que vos propositions ont induites et le prince tout à l'heure a émis également des pistes. Mais nous avons ici pensé à 6 pistes qui vont être améliorées en fonction donc des propositions qui ont été faites à travers les interventions. La première piste est de mettre en place un dialogue parlementaire régulier entre l'Organisation des États d'Afrique, des Caraïbes et du Pacifique et l'Union européenne sur la paix et la sécurité afin de faciliter des échanges structurés entre les organisations parlementaires régionales, le Parlement panafricain et les commissions parlementaires compétentes sur les défis sécuritaires émergents et la prévention des conflits. La deuxième piste, c'est de développer un mécanisme de partage régulier d'informations et d'échanges en matière d'alerte précoce entre les organes parlementaires régionaux, notamment sur les questions liées au changement anticonstitutionnel de gouvernement, aux tensions électorales, à l'extrémisme violent et à l'insécurité transfrontalière. La troisième piste est d'entreprendre, le cas échéant, et avec les organisations régionales, des missions parlementaires conjointes de solidarité et d'établissement des faits afin de soutenir le dialogue, la médiation et le renforcement de la confiance dans les situations de tension politique ou de relèvement post-conflit. Quatrième piste, encourager chaque assemblée parlementaire régionale relevant du cadre de notre accord à mettre en place ou à renforcer des commissions spécialisées ou des points focaux sur la paix, la sécurité et la gouvernance en cohérence avec l'architecture africaine de paix et de sécurité et les priorités de l'accord de Samoa. Cinquième piste, plaider en faveur des guichets de financement dédiés dans le cadre du partenariat de notre organisation avec l'Union européenne, afin de soutenir la diplomatie parlementaire, les initiatives de médiation, les programmes de consolidation de la paix impliquant les jeunes, ainsi que le renforcement des capacités des institutions parlementaires régionales. Et enfin, sixième et dernière piste, renforcer l'engagement parlementaire dans la prévention de l'extrémisme violent, notamment par la coopération législative sur la cybercriminalité, le financement du terrorisme, les trafics illicites, les armes légères et la criminalité organisée, tout en veillant au respect des droits de l'homme et de l'état des droits. Voilà, chers collègues, ce que nous avons pu envisager comme pistes qui vont être complétées par les propositions que vous avez faites. Je vous remercie. Je voudrais passer la parole à ma collègue pour clôturer.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que ce premier débat est un débat très important, que tu sens très bien le sentiment de chacun. Tu sens très bien le sentiment de ceux qui ont vécu la guerre. Tu as senti très bien les pays qui sont en difficulté. You really felt, I think, here in the debate, how much it affects life. And so for me, the conclusion the co-president did is very useful. We will have a strong part in the recommendation on peace and security, so I really hope we can adopt that by unanimity. And I now think it's the utmost time to close this first session and to go to the youth forum, because I think what we heard here, it will be here, I think, but some other people will chair the meeting. I'm very proud of the debate. It was proven that parliamentarians between the continents, with the fire, we can debate. I heard especially that we have to give more power to the parliaments. I definitely like that. So it's an honor to conclude this first session and to invite the chairs to come and host the debate on youth. No. Yeah, but that's tomorrow. Yeah, they remind me, but I was closing. Tomorrow, you all know that you have the field visits early in the morning. There's nothing beautiful than experience the sunrise in Africa early in the morning, so you sleep a little bit quicker and you wake up, and at 7 o'clock the field visit starts. But first of all, we will go to the debate about youth and mobility. Thanks a lot.
Honorable members, we would want to begin. We are calling on everybody to take their seat. We wish to give our youth the opportunity to engage, and therefore, honorable members, please take your seats, or we request protocol to escort those that need to leave quickly. Mr. Remy, may you assist us with exiting processes. Thank you. Honorable members, may I request you have your bilaterals outside. Thank you, Remy.
La séance est ouverte. Nous disposons d'à peu près 1h30 pour cette discussion et cet échange organisé tel qu'il suit. Quelques remarques, quelques présentations et une série de questions-réponses. Et nous allons donner la parole à quelques présidents et quelques parlementaires et nous ferons enfin des remarques finales. Honorables collègues, distingués invités, chers participants, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous informer du régime linguistique applicable à notre forum. Vous pouvez vous exprimer et suivre les débats en allemand, en anglais, en français et en portugais. En outre, vous pouvez vous exprimer en polonais et en espagnol, mais il n'y aura pas d'interprétation vers ces langues. Je vous souhaite très chaleureusement la bienvenue à cette première édition du Forum de la jeunesse qui se tient dans le cadre de la première assemblée parlementaire Afrique-Union européenne depuis la signature de l'accord de Samoa. Je m'appelle Honorable Yaya Dumba Marius du Cameroun. Je suis député au Parlement du Cameroun. Avec mon collègue Michael Wizik, député du Parlement européen, originaire de la Slovaquie et membre du groupe Renew Europe, j'ai l'honneur de coprésider cette réunion. Je tiens également à vous remercier pour toutes et tous pour votre présence à ce forum. Je me réjouis à l'idée d'avoir aujourd'hui une discussion inspirante et dynamique. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de présider ce forum de la jeunesse Afrique-Union européenne consacré à l'une des questions les plus déterminantes de notre époque. Comment autonomiser les jeunes à travers l'éducation et la mobilité dans un environnement mondial en rapide évolution. Cette discussion intervient à un moment particulièrement opportun car elle s'inscrit dans le prolongement du Forum de la jeunesse de l'OEACP, organisé en marge du 11e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'OEACP à Malabo, sous le thème « Pacte de la jeunesse de l'OEACP, emploi, résilience, action ». Ce forum a transmis un message clair. Les jeunes veulent des opportunités concrètes et pas seulement des engagements. Ils veulent avoir un accès à un travail décent, aux compétences, à l'entrepreneuriat, aux opportunités numériques, ainsi qu'à une place réelle dans des processus décisionnels. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'occasion de porter ce message plus loin dans l'espace parlementaire avec nos collègues européens et de réfléchir de manière dont l'éducation, la mobilité et l'emploi peuvent être mieux réglés. Du point de vue du Cameroun, ce sujet est particulièrement pertinent. Les jeunes représentent une part importante de la population active du pays et beaucoup d'entre eux sont actifs dans l'éducation, l'entrepreneuriat, l'agriculture, l'innovation numérique, la culture et l'économie informelle. Toutefois, ils continuent de faire face à de véritables difficultés pour passer de l'école au monde du travail, accéder à la formation professionnelle, acquérir une expérience professionnelle et trouver un emploi décent. C'est pourquoi la mobilité des jeunes doit être comprise dans un sens plus large. Il ne s'agit pas uniquement de migration. Il s'agit aussi d'accès à l'éducation, à la formation, aux échanges, à l'apprentissage, aux stages, aux opportunités professionnelles et à la reconnaissance des compétences. Lorsqu'elle est bien organisée, la mobilité peut aider les jeunes à acquérir de l'expérience, à construire des réseaux et à revenir avec des connaissances utiles à leur pays et à leur communauté. Notre discussion aujourd'hui devrait donc porter sur des solutions pratiques. Nous devons examiner comment les systèmes éducatifs peuvent être alignés sur les besoins du marché du travail, comment les jeunes peuvent être soutenus dans l'entrepreneuriat, comment les compétences numériques peuvent être renforcées et comment les opportunités de mobilité peuvent devenir plus équilibrées, équitables et accessibles. En tant que parlementaires, nous avons un rôle à jouer pour veiller à ce que les politiques en faveur de la jeunesse ne soient pas seulement discutées, mais également suivies de mesures législatives, d'un contrôle parlementaire, d'un appui budgétaire et d'un dialogue continu avec les jeunes eux-mêmes. J'invite donc tous les intervenants et participants à être ouverts, pratiques et tournés vers l'avenir. Les jeunes ne sont pas seulement l'avenir de la coopération Afrique-Union européenne, ils en façonnent déjà le présent et ils doivent recevoir les outils, l'espace et la confiance nécessaires pour le faire pleinement. Permettez-moi à présent de souhaiter la bienvenue à nos distingués intervenants. Il s'agit de l'honorable Makonta, Parlement des jeunes de la SADC, Mabane Eswatini, de M. Walter Kasempa, ambassadeur des jeunes de l'Union africaine pour la migration et le jeune acteur mondial du changement de l'OIM, Youth Unit Zambia, qui participera à distance. Madame Takitsi Dlamini, ancienne pratiquante Erasmus en Suède. Avant de donner la parole à M. Walter Kasempa, qui s'adressera à nous en distance, permettez-moi de donner la parole à mon coprésident, M. Michael Wizik, j'espère que je prononce bien le nom, pour ses remarques de bienvenue. Coprésident, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Co-President, for the floor. Good afternoon, colleagues, dear young leaders, dear friends. My name is Michal Wizik. I am a member of the European Parliament coming from Slovakia, and it's a great privilege to be here with you in this beautiful room talking about very important topics. The first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly is not only an institutional milestone, it is an opportunity to define the political direction of a renewed partnership between our two continents, and that direction must begin with young people. This is not a symbolic exercise, it is a political necessity. It is the future. If we are serious about building a renewed partnership between Africa and Europe, the young people must not be placed at the margins of our discussions. They must be at the center of them. They are political actors, innovators, entrepreneurs, students, workers, leaders, and change makers. They are already shaping the future of both of our continents. Africa has the youngest population in the world. Around 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's population is under the age of 30. The continent is home to one of the fastest growing generations of young talent anywhere in the world. Today, Africa counts more than 530 million young people aged between 15 and 35. And this youth population is expected to continue growing for next decades. This demographic reality is one of the greatest opportunities of our and your time. It can drive innovation, economic growth, democratic participation, and social transformation. But we must also be honest about the challenges it brings. Too many young people still face limited access to quality education, insufficient training opportunities, unemployment, economic insecurity, and restricted prospects for social mobility. These realities fuel frustration. They increase vulnerability to instability, radicalization, trafficking networks, and irregular migration. Above all, they deny millions of young people their dignity of shaping their own future. This is why education, skills, and mobility must become core pillars of the Africa-EU partnerships. Our cooperation must go beyond declaration. It must deliver real opportunities, quality education, vocational training, digital skills, academic exchange, and entrepreneurship. It must also create legal, safe, and merit-based mobility pathways for students, researchers, apprentices, and young professionals, while firmly combating trafficking networks. Several initiatives already show what is possible. Erasmus+, the Inter-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme, the Africa-Europe Youth Academy, and the EU Youth Mobility for Africa initiative can help build bridges between our societies. They can support skills, leadership, innovation, and mutual understanding. All of them are very much needed. But they must be expanded, better resourced, and made more accessible, especially for young Africans and their institutions. As a first concrete outcome, I wish to announce that the conclusion of today's discussions will feed into a draft proposal for recommendation to be addressed to the Africa-EU Council of Ministers. These recommendations will call for youth, education, and mobility to be fully recognized as strategic priorities of Africa-EU cooperation, and for youth development to be embedded as a central pillar of regional integration, prosperity, and democratic resilience. Empowering young people is not a charity. It is a strategic investment in our common future. By strengthening Africa-EU cooperation on education and mobility, we can open pathways of opportunity, build trust between societies, and give real meaning to our renewed partnership. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to our speakers. I have to be very strict on this because we have approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes, less than that, for this discussion. We are really falling behind of time. And this exchange will be organized as follows.
Maybe we can start with the remote participation because this...
So maybe we could start with the remote participation as a beginning. And then the speakers who are physically in this room will take their floors in this order. First of all, Honorable Thando Makonta, MP from Eswatini will be speaking for 5 minutes. Then 5 minutes also for the representation for Mr. Walter Kasempa. Oh no, he is remote. He will be starting that, yeah. Then 5 minutes representation by Ms. Tembela Msibi. 5 minute representation by Ms. Takichi Dlamini. I mentioned him already. And then the session will be followed by a round of questions and answers with participants. So first of all, the remote participant, Mr. Walter Kasempa, the floor is yours for 5 minutes. Mr. Kasempa, if you can hear us, the floor is yours. Okay, so the remote speaker is disconnected for a moment. We will come to him later. Now I give the floor to Mr. Tando Makonta for 5 minutes and his intervention. Please, the floor is yours. The mic is not working. Please take another one. Just have your floor.
Thank you so much. Co-Presidents, honorable members, all protocol observed, may I greet you all. The discussion on youth education and mobility comes at a defining moment in the relationship between OACPS states and the European Union. Across our regions, young people are demanding not charity, but opportunity, not rhetoric, but practical pathways to productive lives. The success of the Samoa Agreement will therefore depend greatly on whether it responds to the aspirations of the youth who represent the majority of our populations. Eswatini's youth reality context. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, 70% of our population is under 35. Our youth are educated, connected, and ambitious, yet youth unemployment remains one of our most pressing national challenges. As His Majesty, the King Mswati III, declared during the 40th Jubilee celebrations last month, Inkunzi is a matfolen, which means the future lies with our youth. But the future must be built today through education that leads to jobs and mobility that offers choice, not escape. The Kingdom continues to invest in human capital as a foundation for national development. However, we recognize that education without economic opportunity risks producing frustration rather than transformation. This is why the question of youth productivity must be approached holistically, linking education, innovation, entrepreneurship, digital transformation, and regional economic integration. Eswatini's position: 3 pillars for OACPS EU action. Pillar number 1, education for employability, technical and vocational education and training, TVET, and digital skills. Eswatini has prioritized technical and vocational education and training through the Eswatini College of Technology, Kwamile Voktim, and the new University of Eswatini digital hubs, but we cannot do it alone. The global economy is changing rapidly, and our education systems must revolve with it. Young people must not only be prepared for traditional employment, but also for the digital economy, green industries, creative enterprises, and cross-border value chains. We call for OACP's EU TVET Mobility Fund under the Samoa Agreement to finance lecturer exchanges, equipment for workshops, and joint certification with EU institutions. We call for OACP's TVET Mobility Fund under the Samoa Agreement to finance lecturer exchanges, equipment for workshops, and joint certification with EU institutions. Digital skills corridors partner with EU private sector to establish coding academics in Manzini and Hlangano. Our youth don't need to cross the Mediterranean to code. They can export digital services from places like Matapa, the National University. This approach will enable young people in small states such as Eswatini to participate meaningfully in the global digital economy without necessarily leaving their communities digital. Digital connectivity must become a tool for inclusion rather than a source of global inequality. Mutual recognition of qualifications within OACPS, EU space, so a diploma from Eswatini College of Technology that has value in Lisbon and vice versa. Such arrangements will not only enhance labor mobility, but will also strengthen trust, academic cooperation, and people-to-people diplomacy across our regions. Pillar number 2, safe, orderly, skills-based mobility. Eswatini supports migration that is safe, legal, and secular. We have young nurses, teachers, and artisans ready to contribute globally, but brain drain cripples our health and education systems. The reality is that many young people across Africa and the OACPS space continue to view migration as their only pathway to dignity and economic survival. This should concern us all. Mobility must be therefore be structured in a manner that benefits both countries of origin and destination. We propose skills partnership schemes. EU member states with shortages in healthcare, agriculture, and construction should co-invest in training in Eswatini with agreed quotas for mobility and return. The Germans' partnership with Kenya is a model we can replicate. This model ensures that mobility does not result in permanent skills depletion in developing countries, but rather creates secular flows of knowledge, experience, and investment. Youth mobility versus...
Mr. Makonta, please come to your conclusions. Thank you.
What Eswatini brings to the table. The MTN Bushfire is our world-renowned festival, is a creative economy lab. We invite EU partners to we invite EU to fund a bushfire creative mobility grant for young OACPS artists. The creativity industry has emerged as a powerful driver. Royal Science Technology Park is a ready platform for EU OACPS innovation hubs in biotech. With 40 years of unbroken peace under His Majesty, the Kingdom of Eswatini offers a political stable base for regional youth programs. This stability has provided a foundation upon which long-term development programs, educational investments, and regional cooperative can continue to flourish. The future of OACPS EU partnership will not be determined solely in boardrooms or summits, but in whether young people across our countries feel included in the economic, social, and political future. We are seeking to build this This is the moment to invest boldly in their talent, their creativity, and their aspirations. I thank you. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Now, according to my knowledge, Mr. Kasempa is online again, so he will speak to us remotely. Mr. Kasempa, if you hear us, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Could you kindly confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Distinguished members of parliament, representatives of the African Union and the European Union, my fellow young leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Now, greetings to you from Lusaka, Zambia, and thank you so much for the honor of joining this historic assembly, even virtually. I wanted to begin with a simple observation. Mobility has become one of the defining political questions of the 21st century, not only because young people are moving, but because movement increasingly determines who has access to opportunity, security, education, and ultimately human dignity. Now, for many years, migration debates between Africa and Europe have largely framed through language of crisis management, irregular migration, border security, commitment, demographic pressure, and what have you. But I would argue that this framing is fundamentally incomplete because migration is not a problem to solve, but an opportunity to seize. Mobility is not simply a consequence of instability. It is also a feature of development itself. Historically, societies do not develop in isolation. They develop through exchange of labor, knowledge, technology, and culture, and most importantly, ideas. When you look at the history of the world itself, going back to the Great Rift Valley, or even to the Bantu migration in Africa, or even Timbuktu, and also the trans-Saharan trade, the transatlantic trade, we see that migration has been fundamental to shaping the very framework and dynamic that the world is currently experiencing. So what is the challenge? Today, Africa has got the youngest population, while Europe faces demographic aging and labor shortages across multiple sectors. Yet, despite this structural interdependence, the dominant policy architecture for governing mobility between the two regions still tends to prioritize restriction over strategic partnership. This creates a contradiction. On one hand, African youth are constantly told that they are the future of the global economy. On the other hand, many encounter global mobility regime, which movement is heavily stratified by geography, nationality, and economic power. For example, a young engineer in Lusaka, Dakar, or even Nairobi may possess the same capabilities as their counterpart elsewhere, yet vastly face different levels of access to academic exchange, financing, visas, digital infrastructure, and professional networks. So the issue before us is not simply migration. The deeper issue is the distribution of mobility rights in the international system. And this is why this discussion around youth education and mobility is so important. If Africa-Europe relations are to evolve into a genuine strategic partnership, then mobility cannot remain understood primarily as a security issue. It must also be understood as a developmental issue, a labor issue, an education issue, and increasingly a climate issue. Partnership cannot mean permanent extraction of African talent without corresponding investment in African institutions and labor markets. Otherwise, we risk reproducing dependency under the language of cooperation. What Africa requires is not isolation from global mobility, but bargaining power within it. Inequality has been something that has been a perpetual phenomenon in global migration. A fragmented Africa will always negotiate from a position of weakness. More integrated Africa will engage Europe with position of greater balance. This is why it is important that even as the African parliamentarians are present, that we begin to advocate within our governments the ratification of mobility regimes like the African Union Free Movement Protocol that speaks to the rights of entry, rights of residence, and rights of establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. Young people should not only be included in these conversations symbolically. The youth are often invited to speak about the future whilst remaining excluded from structures that actually shape it. Yet young people across Africa are already producing policies, ideas, leading civil society organizations, and also initiatives. So the question begs, finally, are institutions prepared to treat youth not merely as stakeholders, but as intellectual and political actors in their own right? Because ultimately, the future of Africa-Europe relations will not be determined only by declarations or diplomatic summits, as the previous speaker had mentioned. It will also be determined by whether both regions can construct a model of partnership that is perceived as fair, reciprocal, historically conscious by the next generation. I believe that the young people of Africa and Europe are the enlightened and dynamic force upon whom the future and destiny of the two regions lies. And as such, we must be the primal catalyst for both regions to develop, even through mobility. I thank you.
Thank you very much also for sticking to the time. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Madame Tembelem Sibi for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Distinguished youth presidents, honorable members of the Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly, and fellow young leaders, I greet you all. As we gather here today for this historic inaugural plenary, we're doing more than just discussing policy, but we're designing the architecture of a shared future. With over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, our continent is not just a participant in the global economy, but we are its future engine. But for this engine to run, we must align our education, our mobility, and our trade agreements. Today, I want to speak about the strategic economic synergy that defines our era. We cannot speak about mobility without acknowledging the sobering realities. The conflict-climate-migration nexus is real. Climate displacement from the Sahel to the southern Africa and protracted conflicts are driving millions into vulnerability. Too often, the lack of legal pathways pushes our greatest minds into high-risk routes where they face exploitation and tragedy. But we must advocate for orderly, safe, and regular mobility as outlined in the Migration Policy Framework for Africa. We seek a partnership that respects the dignity of the migrant and values the potential of the youth. The African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, is the most significant economic project of our generation. By creating a single market of 1.4 billion people, it provides the scale needed for industrialization. However, a free trade area is meaningless if the people cannot move. As we implement the AU Protocol on free movement of persons, we must align with our trade goals. If goods can cross borders seamlessly, the talent that produces, manages, and innovates those goods must be able to follow. We are advocating for the right of establishment that allows an African youth to legally start a legitimate business in any corner of this continent and eventually to partner seamlessly across the Mediterranean. Our relationship with the European Union has entered a new phase with the Samoa Agreement, specifically Titles 3 and 4, which provide the legal mandate for human development and mobility. But the teeth of this agreement lie in the global Gateway Africa-Europe investment package. With 150 billion euros in planned investment, we must ensure that these funds are not just for roads and ports, but for human infrastructure. We need to link the Youth Mobility for Africa flagship to the EU AFCFTA Memorandum of Understanding signed just weeks ago in Addis Ababa. This MOU is about more than trade. It's about Team Europe supporting African integration. We must ensure that this translates into skills corridors where the EU's labor shortages in green tech and digital innovation are met by a mobile, highly trained African workforce. To make this work, a degree in Nairobi should be a golden ticket in Brussels. We must accelerate the African Continental Qualifications Framework. This is how we achieve brain circulation. We want an era where a young African researcher can move to a European university through Erasmus+, gain world-class expertise, and return to an African innovation hub funded by the AU-EU Innovation Agenda to launch their own startup. So as legislators in this room, you have the power to turn these frameworks into reality. I urge you to fund the human capital, to ensure that a significant portion of global gateway investment is dedicated to the Africa-Europe Youth Academy and vocational training. I urge you to harmonize the law, to push for the mutual recognition of diplomas and the streamlining of visas for students and researchers. And I urge you, lastly, to bridge the AFCFTA and EU agreements, to ensure that our economic partnership agreements are not just about raw materials, but about value addition and the youth who will lead these industries. The youth of Africa are not looking for a way out. We are looking for a way up. We are the drivers of the AFCFTA, the innovators of the digital transition, and the guardians of the green transition. So let us move away from the donor-recipient past and move towards a co-investor future. Let us build the bridges that allow talent to flow, ideas to circulate, and both our continents to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Stay assured that we hear you. And now, a 5-minute presentation and the floor for Madame Takitsi Dlamini. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, parliamentarians, fellow youth, representatives, and participants. My name is Takitsi Dlamini, and I am an Erasmus alumna from Eswatini who had the opportunity to participate in an exchange program in Malmö University situated in Sweden. I'll be sharing my experience from this exchange. Through Erasmus program, I gained international...
Mic, please. You switched off your mic now. We don't hear you.
Sorry. Through the Erasmus program, I gained international exposure and experienced different learning environments that encourage collaboration, innovation, and critical thinking. My background in education, I have a degree in biology and chemistry, but through this experience, I participated in participatory design, which is a little bit outside from chemistry. Through that experience, I've learned that we can do research with other people other than scientists. I learned that working together as young people from different parts of the world can help us to solve problems creatively. Many young people in Africa are talented and ambitious, but access to international education, to international educational opportunities is still limited. Programs like Erasmus help young people to build networks, exchange ideas, return home with new perspectives that can contribute to local development. I will end with a short message. Youth mobility should not be viewed as a privilege for a few, but as an investment for the future for both Africa and Europe. When young people are given opportunities to learn across borders, they return home empowered to contribute to their communities and create positive change. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I got just two messages. First of all, the very successful Erasmus Plus program that you were participating in is going to be probably the standalone program also for the next 7 years in the MFF of the European Union. We fought for this pretty heavily, so we are happy to announce that. And even more important announcement, Ms. Takibi Dlamini features in a photo exhibition on EU-Eswatini cooperation, which has just been put up outside this meeting room, so everybody feel free to visit the exhibition to see for yourself what a scholarship at Erasmus Plus might look like also for you. Now with this I close this round of speakers. The session will be followed by a round of questions and answers, Q&A session with the participants. In that regard, I'm opening the Catch the Eye session. Everybody who is interested to raise a question, please raise your hand. Tell us who you are and who do you want to address with your question. And please be brief. Also, as a respondent, we are really running short on time. So I have seen a lady over there. Please raise a question.
Merci, très honorable président, de m'avoir accordé la parole. Madame sénatrice Amouna Lissougi du Tchad. Pour moi, ce n'est pas une question, mais tout juste une petite déclaration. La délégation tchadienne se réjouit de prendre part à ce forum consacré à l'éducation et à la mobilité de jeunes, des questions décisives pour l'avenir de nos États et pour la crédibilité du partenariat ACP-EU. Le Tchad est un pays fortement jeune. Plus de 70% de sa population est jeune. Cette réalité démographique constitue une chance, mais aussi une responsabilité. Une jeunesse nombreuse sans éducation de qualité, sans formation adaptée, sans mobilité organisée, sans perspective professionnelle peut devenir vulnérable. Mais une jeunesse formée, mobile, compétente, responsable, devient une force de transformation nationale et régionale. Pour nous, l'éducation doit être pensée au-delà de l'accès à l'école. Elle doit permettre l'acquisition de compétences utiles, adaptées aux besoins économiques et sociaux de nos pays. Elle doit préparer les jeunes aux métiers d'aujourd'hui et de demain. Agriculture moderne, élevage moderne, transformation locale, numérique, énergie, innovation et entrepreneuriat. La mobilité, quant à elle, elle ne doit pas être comprise uniquement comme un départ vers l'extérieur. Elle doit être conçue comme une circulation organisée des savoirs, des compétences et des expériences. Elle doit permettre aux jeunes d'apprendre de se former.
Excuse me, please. This should be really a question, a brief question, not an intervention. So if you could be more brief and be very, very straightforward. Thank you very much.
D'accord, merci.
So once again, just to be clear, this is a Q&A section. You are there to ask the question and address it to a concrete member of the panel, maybe to an authority, and be brief, please. Always identify yourself and then put a question to someone or address the question to someone. This is not the time for intervention, this is time for Q&A. Whoever is here from the MPs is your potential respondent, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for giving me the opportunity to intervene through a question at this time. I'm a member of Parliament from Cameroon. We have listened to the various presentations this afternoon. This is talked about youth mobility. And the major problem we've identified in the problems is that there's a lot of illegal means of youth mobility, which causes a lot of deaths, hazards, because most often, the people who finance the movement of such youths who think they are going for greener pasture, they end up entering into dangerous jungles that causes death. At the end of the day, it causes havoc and hardship to the family. We are here this afternoon as OACPS and EU body to see how we can improve the situation on our youths that we consider as the nation builders of tomorrow. My question is, what disturbs us from coming up with a formal partnership whereby the EU can formally request for the manpower needs from the OACPS such that the country can formally select those who are competent to go in for the employment opportunity, even in the EU and even in ACPS? That is my humble question, because that is going to help and reduce the havoc that we are currently going through and even the brain drain. Because most often, most of the youths who go out are being exploited, and some of them are even frustrated, and they find it difficult to come back home to integrate. Our country, Cameroon, for instance, has intervened in several occasions to see that our youths are brought back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I consider it as a question addressed to who? To me? Okay. So I need the help from my colleagues. If everybody is really a specialist in the migration and how that can be handled and tackled in a very prosperous way for all of the sites, please take the floor and maybe express your idea on that, because I really am not very much informed in this regard, but maybe Mike might help me in this. Or you want to ask a question as well? Okay. So is somebody going to help me? Mr. Gal, please.
Yes, very briefly. I mean, one of our flagship programs has been named. That is within the framework what happens with Erasmus. That is something that is also Erasmus Mundus. That is the program that goes global. That is the one thing on the European level. Many member states have their national programs that are also directed towards their cooperation partners in Africa. So if in case the European Union programs are not well accessible or are well overcharged because there's always far more demand than the funds that we can provide, check it with the individual member states. That is my suggestion to find out. Or also with companies that invest in your countries who have an interest to get people trained and who might finance a scholarship. I think that is also a very valuable way, because then you can be sure when you, for instance, are already working or having an internship in a company that is investing in your country, that is present there, and they have an interest to keep you, but also to get you trained in a proper way, then they might finance it. These are different options that I can currently think of. I'm sure there are others, but that is what I can spontaneously provide.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate. Madam Meitsch.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to all the young people that have made their intervention here, young and maybe not so young anymore. I have a question about this important flagship program, Erasmus+. that we are also discussing in the European Union, that we sometimes see that Erasmus is maybe too much of a program that helps the privileged people, and that young people that are in a privileged position, that form part of the elites, are the ones that are able to participate in this program. So I want to ask to Mr. Walter Kasemba, who's the youth ambassador of the AU on migration, and Ms. Tembela Mtsibi, excuse me, who is the board member of the South Africa Youth Forum. How do you involve young people who are in less privileged situations to make sure that they can also participate in these programs? Thank you very much.
There's time for the response on this question. Let's have it straightforward. Don't be shy. The speaker left, the remote speaker left. That's why he cannot respond on your question. Maybe the youth representatives in this room, are you brave enough to respond?
Yes.
Please, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm just going to speak about the Southern Africa Youth Forum. So what we do is we work with SADC, the Parliamentary Forum, and we have in all 16 states of SADC 2 to 4 parliamentarians, youth members of parliament. So from the grassroots to whichever economic class, they contribute to what's shaping the policy of, or the policy direction of Southern Africa, because all the submissions that we make in parliament, in youth parliament, we then take them up to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which then are implemented by the SADC Secretariat. So that's how we get to, hear the voices of the young people on the ground if they have issues about education. For instance, we had a parliamentary sitting about education financing, and another one about the blue economy, mobilizing finances for entrepreneurs as well. So all those deliberations then inform the agenda of the SADC Secretariat. Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you very much. To mix it up a little bit, I have a request from Honorable Camara from Republic de Guinea for an intervention. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'avais 2 questions à poser à l'intervenant qui est en ligne, mais malheureusement, vous avez dit qu'il est parti, parce qu'il nous a parlé tout de suite de la distribution de la mobilité des jeunes. Selon lui, qui est un facteur idéal, et puis d'ailleurs, c'est une problématique. Et il a également évoqué que la mobilité aujourd'hui est devenue une question politique. Et en quoi faisant? C'était la première question. Maintenant, l'autre question que je voulais aborder d'ailleurs en commentaire. Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, osons-nous dire, on est en train de parler tout de suite avec la coopération Afrique-Union européenne. Mais est-ce que nous nous sommes posé la question de savoir, en Afrique, donnons-nous les mêmes opportunités aux jeunes des différents États? C'est la question qu'il faut se poser. Est-ce qu'un jeune de la Somalie a les mêmes privilèges, les mêmes opportunités qu'un jeune du Maroc? Un jeune de l'Algérie, d'ailleurs, des États qui reçoivent beaucoup de jeunes migrants, ont-ils les mêmes opportunités? C'est la question que nous voulons vraiment avoir aujourd'hui comme élément de réponse, d'abord de nos parlements, nous parlementaires, parce que nous jeunes, on a besoin de nous quand il s'agit des questions politiques. Oui, les élections arrivent, on a besoin de nous, on va battre campagne. Mais après les élections, est-ce que vous avez une fois demandé, se poser la question, quel est le nombre de jeunes qui occupent des places au niveau de nos parlements? Et cette question, elle est centrale. Je pense que je l'ai posée, même la dernière fois, quand nous nous sommes rencontrés dans une autre organisation, mais la question reste posée sans réponse. Alors, ceci dit, Il faudrait aujourd'hui que nous donnions l'opportunité à nos jeunes de s'exprimer. Dire qu'il n'y a pas de talent en Afrique, parmi les jeunes, je m'inscris largement en faux. Il y a une de nos consoeurs qui nous a parlé tout de suite de son expérience, de ce qu'elle a eu à réaliser, mais si cette expérience est mise à disposition de d'autres jeunes, je pense que l'Afrique sortira de cette immigration que nos frères aujourd'hui sont en train d'aller périr au niveau de la Méditerranée, mais également, il faudrait qu'il y ait aussi ce qu'on peut appeler la réciprocité dans nos manières de collaboration. Excusez-moi, le Parlement de l'Union européenne doit militer pour que nos jeunes aient la chance d'aller se former en Europe. C'est vrai parce qu'on n'a pas les mêmes qualités éducatives. Nous n'avons pas les mêmes opportunités d'être formés. Alors qu'il y ait vraiment la réciprocité parce qu'ils viennent aussi apprendre au niveau de nos différents pays. Quand vous allez par exemple en Guinée, vous voyez des jeunes qui quittent l'Europe pour venir...
Please conclude.
D'accord. Qui viennent apprendre juste la danse culturelle du Ndumba chez nous. Mais c'est joli à voir. Nous voulons avoir les mêmes opportunités. Je vous remercie.
Okay, so this was a remark pointing to the fact that this is really a complex issue and a one-size-fits-all solution is probably not going to be there very soon, but we really need to scale up and think about progressive ways how to deal with this issue. I agree on that. Now I give the floor to my fellow colleagues Hansen and Heide, both of them, and after that the floor will be granted to the representatives of Kenya and Senegal who ask for the floor as well. So please, the floor is yours, Mr. Heide.
Thank you very much. I'm a member of the CULT Committee, Committee for Culture and Education in the European Parliament, and we are responsible for Erasmus+. So I'm happy about this passionate discussion and about opportunity that this is seen by young African people, and I'm looking forward. But what I want to mention is Erasmus+ is not a one-way. It has also, we have to attract, it's our job in the European Union to bring young Europeans to African countries. And the question is how much can African educational institution can attract young people? And just an explanation, Erasmus Plus is going to be much more opportunity than it already is. In my country, in Austria, 50% of young people have the opportunity to experience Erasmus Plus. We want 100%, and it would be an opportunity to go abroad, to go to the African continent. I think this is opportunity for both sides. And I also want to mention it's sports. In the new Erasmus program, we will also fund and sponsor exchange in sports, athletes, not only coaches, which is already possible. And what we also want to improve and increase is vocational training. So many opportunities, and I'm sure this is a big opportunity for African countries, and I'm looking forward when we have more intensified partnership.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, colleague Hansen, please.
Thank you very much. And just to follow up on that, the shortest way between continents are people talking together. So I would like to ask Mrs. Masibi what you from the Youth Forum do to attract European people to coming to Africa so that you really can exchange and it's not just a one-way street. Thank you.
Feel free to respond.
Great, thank you so much for the question. I would, in part, like to respond as a Liswati, born and raised in Eswatini. I have had the privilege of, working with the Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority, which is the body that, helps with trade. It facilitates domestic and international trade. So if you're in business, for instance, there would be exhibitions locally and outside of the country that young people would take advantage of. I specifically, and the organization that I'm with, has been facilitating or advocating for the African Continental Free Trade Area to ensure that there is, economic integration and that young people can advance economically, even within the continent. And we have, contributed towards the protocol of women and youth, the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth. And in that protocol, we're advocating for the barriers that, that the stumbling blocks that young people face who are in business to engage in cross-border trade, so that we dismantle those. They could be non-tariff barriers, or they could actually be monetary barriers. And we want young people to be able to contribute to the value chain, even at the SADC level, because we also have a free trade area within the SADC region, and we advocate for all those barriers to be removed. So I would say from a business perspective specifically, we do our best to advocate and to engage our policymakers, to ensure that there is youth mainstreaming even in the protocols that we make, even in the decisions that are made in parliament like this that affect nations, specifically young people. So that is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have at least roughly like 10, 12 minutes for more questions. So please, for the sake of everybody having the chance to speak, be brief with your questions and answers as well. Now I give the floor to the representative of Kenya who asked for the floor. There will be following others, yeah.
Thank you. The Kenyan team is here. My name is Robert Basil, yet I'm Member of Parliament from Kenya. I wanted to make my concern, or to raise a question in regard to Erasmus program. I wanted to say, in the principle of ensuring there is equity in Erasmus program, and to ensure the poor and the underprivileged have a chance to apply for Erasmus program, it is important we tailor it to the needs and the priorities of the underprivileged. Because as we speak today, very few of the poor have access to internet, have access to the IT infrastructure, and even many of them do not even know whether Erasmus program do exist. So if we want to ensure it's not a preserve of the elite, we must restructure it and tailor the way the underprivileged are able to apply and be able to benefit from the Erasmus program. So that was my contribution to that. And then if given a chance, I wanted to say something about mobility and the youth at the time you'll allow us to contribute as members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Senegal and the representatives.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur le co-président, nous parlons de mobilité des jeunes, mais les obstacles sont surtout administratifs et politiques. Par exemple, visa, lenteur, méfiance. Les co-présidents sont-ils prêts à porter une initiative politique forte visant à instaurer un régime spécial de mobilité étudiante et des stages dans l'espace ACP avec un calendrier précis? Ma deuxième question, si la mobilité physique reste limitée, la mobilité du savoir doit devenir prioritaire. Quel budget, quel partenaire et quel calendrier OACP peut-elle mobiliser pour lancer une plateforme numérique commune de formation panafricaine directe inutile à la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine? Merci beaucoup.
That was a good question. Does anybody have the idea how that can be answered properly? Because it's really a complex problem. It's really cannot be handled on a general EU-Africa level, because there's no such thing on this negotiation as EU and Africa. I think that the counterparts need to be on a national level in order to really tackle issues with visa and stuff like that. And it has to work both sides, like not only towards you, but also towards Africa, as stated by my colleague. We understand the complexity, and this is really a lot of that needs to be done in order to properly tackle that. But this is really a goal and a task that is there going to be for years to come. I think we cannot handle it that very swiftly. Nevertheless, our ambition is to really scale up the Erasmus+, so it is a workable and viable program for all who are willing to participate, and this is really our frankly effort. Okay, please, my colleague, have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste une remarque, on parle de formation des jeunes Africains, ce qui est tout à fait logique, mais sur les Africains, sur les 12 millions de jeunes Africains formés, seulement 3 millions trouvent un travail ensuite en Afrique. C'est-à-dire que c'est plus un problème d'emploi, finalement, qu'un problème de formation. Comment fait-on, en effet, pour que ces jeunes ne cherchent pas à migrer pour aller trouver une vie meilleure ailleurs, mais trouvent leur meilleure vie chez eux? C'est plus un problème donc d'emploi que de formation. Ensuite, je ne suis pas certain que pousser tout le monde à suivre Erasmus+, permet, on forme des universitaires, on forme des ingénieurs, c'est très très bien, mais il faut aussi former des artisans, il faut aussi former, et de mon point de vue, est-ce que l'Union européenne, et donc nous au Parlement européen, on ne peut pas réfléchir à comment aider les jeunes Africains à se former plus dans des métiers plus ouvriers, plus techniciens que uniquement des étudiants. Merci.
Well, that's a good food of thought and a crucial topic for the discussion, because what we really seek is the balance and really that the opportunity is a win-win for everyone in this regard. So it should not be a shortcoming or a bisect of, well, yeah. I think we understand the message. Now I on my list have like around 8 names. First of all is Honorable Zanele from Eswatini. The floor is yours.
I thank you. Mine maybe is a comment and one question straight to OACPS. I see a need of actively supporting and strengthening youth caucuses within the parliaments across Africa as institutionalized vehicles for young parliamentarians to advance reform agendas and exercise meaningful legislative oversight. So my concern is that we don't have youth in our parliaments. Therefore, I'm asking what can be done to champion responsive reforms that specifically address the financial barriers that prevents the youth from competing on equal terms in political processes. That's the question I'm having. I thank you.
And is there anyone who would you address with this question? Because I think there are so many potential respondents on this. Each and every country has its own setup on this. So, well, that could be probably dealt after our panel in the more detailed discussions face to face with the counterparts. All right, now I will probably have to close the session in very short time, so I will have 2 more speakers. I'm sorry for that, we are running short of time. Next on my list is Seluleko Simelore. I'm sorry if I didn't read it correctly, so the floor is yours, please. Let the youth speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Indeed, you did manage to butcher, in particular, my surname. My name is Seluleko Simelane, a member of the EU Eswatini Youth Advisory Board, generally known in the global space as the Youth Sounding Board. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide a very brief but insightful intervention on the inclusivity and equity of the Erasmus Plus program, with so many speakers having raised concerns on how inclusive and equitable the Erasmus Plus program is. With your permission, Chair, may I please provide this intervention? Otherwise, I remain ready to submit my question to the floor.
Thank you very much. Is anybody willing to respond right now? If not, I will give the floor to Joseph Mamboa.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. I was kindly requesting that I provide a brief and insightful response on the Erasmus Plus program's component on equity and inclusivity. Many speakers have raised concerns about whether or not it is accessible for all, especially in regards to artisans who are in the blue-collar field.
Okay, and can you name someone who would you like to address with this question? Because everybody can respond on this from his own perspective, so that's the difficulty for me to really judge whether who should respond on that.
It is a response that I would like to provide by virtue of being a member of the EU Youth Sounding Board in Eswatini on the Erasmus Plus program. Many participants in the room do not seem to understand how equitable and inclusive the program seems to be. There is a general understanding that it happens to be a scholarship program when in actual fact it is more.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As a representative of the EU Eswatini Youth Advisory Board under the Human Capital and Skills Development thematic area, I view the Erasmus Plus program not merely as an exchange program, but as a strategic investment in Africa's human capital ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, in its design, the Erasmus Plus program is inclusive in the sense that it focuses on a number of capacity building areas. We have a program that focuses on capacity building in the field of youth that seeks to empower young people who are associated with CSOs. And then we also have another program that focuses on capacity building in the field of vocational education and training, where young people in blue-collar trades are actually empowered. And then we have the third one, which focuses on capacity building for higher education, where our beneficiary, Mr. Gitsi, actually fell under. So to respond to the participants and parliamentarians in the room who are concerned as to the program, the Erasmus Plus program is for the elite or not, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to provide the clarity that it is not at all for those who are from privileged backgrounds, but it is inclusive in its design. And in the Kingdom of Eswatini, the EU Eswatini Youth Advisory Board, through the Human Capital and Skills Development thematic area, has been very instrumental in amplifying the visibility and uptake of Erasmus Plus programs in support and in collaboration with institutions such as the Eswatini National Youth Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this clarification. It's very appreciated. Okay, since we are really short of time, I will close the session for the question. I'm sorry for all those who didn't get a chance. The time is really our dictator in this regard. According to our program, now I will give the floor back to our speakers, each for 2 minutes to have a closing remark, starting with Honorable Trevor Masuku.
Good afternoon, parliamentarians. I'm Trevor Masuku, the SADC Youth Parliament. I'm representing Eswatini. The opportunity is clear. A youthful population brings the energy, creativity, and resilience necessary to propel Africa towards sustainable development. Yet to harness this potential fully, we must understand and address the challenges that our young people face. Chief among them is access to quality education, decent employment opportunities, and avenues for social mobility. Let us commit today to working collaboratively across borders, sectors, and communities to build a more inclusive, prosperous. Yes. To build a more inclusive, prosperous, and resilient Africa. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now 2 minutes to Madame Tembelem Sibi again to conclude and maybe final remarks.
Great, thank you so much. You know, I had a great time. I think that the submissions, I've really noted them. I did note that there was a huge interest in Erasmus Plus, and particularly, you know, one question that I'm usually excited about is what are the young people doing? And I got that question, but I do feel that I wasn't able to respond the way that I wanted to, but I would, say that young people are really active members of society in all spectrums, socially, in the economy as well. And, young people in Africa, the ones that have been able to be exposed to, some are artisans, some, even though there's a high unemployment rate, they've started businesses, they've gone for vocational training. There's a lot that they can offer. And, Africa being the youngest continent in the world, there definitely is a talent pool here. And, I appreciate avenues like this that encourage for migration. And I just want to note that it's important for us young people to, follow legal paths towards leaving our states and visiting others, and making sure that we do return so that we don't risk brain drain. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Thando Makonta again for 2 minutes to conclude on his side.
Thank you so much. A closing call will be that as honorable members under the Samoa Agreement, let us build bridges of skills, not walls of despair. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands ready to pilot a regional TVET Center of Excellence and to host the first OACPS EU Youth Parliament in 2027. Our youth are not a problem to be solved. They are answer to every challenge this partnership faces. If we educate them, trust them, and give them room to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Takiti Dlamini for 2 minutes to conclude as well from her side.
All I can say is that I'm so grateful for this opportunity to go to Sweden and experience different cultures, which means now more of Emaswati and other young people, they are aware of the opportunity like Erasmus. Myself and my other colleagues, we didn't know that there's such an opportunity. So after this discussion, I do believe that most of young people will be exposed and they'll have access to this to the information and follow the right ways to apply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion. So I'm not the best concluder in the galaxy, but I will do my best to really stress what has been said. This was really a very interesting and very complex debate. We see that the youth is really a topic that is the most important for so many and will be even more important in the future. And when talking about the problems and the issues that the youth in Africa and in Europe, in global perspective, is faced with, the key word seems to be the mobility that is provided by our two continents for a mutual good, for a mutual really scaling up of our professionality, of our relations, for our interactions. And in that regard, I made some notes that I think might be crucial for today's event and might be worth of being noted in our documents. First of all, I really like the remark that the access to the Erasmus Plus and the mobility and the access to the mobility has to be tailored for each and every country, for each and every contestant or participant, because we see that the world is really complex and one-size-fits-all approach doesn't necessarily have to work in such complex issues. So there is a lot of to be tackled, to be delivered, and to be implemented still. We also hear your call on tackling the political issues related with these mobilities, namely the issue with visa, but this is really a political issue that needs to be tackled on a political level, and I'm not obliged really to speak on behalf of individual countries how do they want to tackle that. The discussion and the negotiations is a crucial part of it, and being aware of the common goal that needs to be reached in such negotiations. One very important remark that was stressed here is what happens after the mobility. And this is really the homework of all the countries, all the governments, to really create a system where a student, when attending the mobility, has a viable option to come back and to make use of the experience he has gained by the mobility. This is the role also for many countries in the European Union, I can tell you that. Coming from Slovakia, we also have a huge brain drainage, and I can tell you this is not good for Slovakia, nor is it good for any African country to have their brains being drained abroad and never see them coming back. So this is really an important role to play, really to improve the situation back home for the best students who reach out and go to the world to really gain some experience, to come back and share that experience with their countries and their counterparts. One, maybe a technical remark. This discussion is not over yet, not even in this conference. Tomorrow there will be a key debate held in this room in the afternoon, probably, or it's at 11:30, where I'm sure many honorable speakers will be sharing their thoughts and ideas on this issue. So everyone here is warmly welcome to attend. You probably will not have the opportunity to raise questions, which was also very limited in here, but at least you can listen to really a lot of experts and about their ideas. So I really recommend for you to come to that. On this behalf, together with my co-chair, Honorable Jana Dumba, I would like to close the meeting now. Again, many thanks to our guest speakers for their interesting and inspiring presentations. We would like also to thank all members and participants for their excellent questions and remarks and responses. The discussion clearly showed the importance of the subject. Our takeaways from today will be reflected in the recommendation that we will adopt on Thursday during the closing session of the first Africa-EU Parliamentary Assembly. I can assure you that. And finally, thank you to the OACP's and EP staff and the interpreters for their work and support. This brings us to the end of our Youth Forum, and I now close the meeting, wishing you good luck with your future. We all depend on youth. We all depend on you. Have a great day. Thank you very much.